So I think that this is probably as good a time as any because we didn't really talk about it yesterday, but I am still curious. Why aren't you getting paid for the tutoring?
Because it's
Okay.
Nice answer.
Alright,
because
good
my
talk.
mom is getting paid for fostering, but we're not getting paid for tutoring them at all because that's not technically a thing we're being required to do. My mom just wants them to have good grades, but she also wants me to do it for them.
So
Interesting.
okay, so you're not getting paid because it's like something your mom's having you do because you're living there.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, it could be worse, I guess.
Could be, but also it's like smack dab in the middle of where I have a bunch of stuff scheduled to hang out with my friends or whatever.
Yeah,
And
which would
also I was
be
not given-
nice to do.
Yeah. Like if I was given some warning, it'd be nice, but I was literally on the day of told, hey, you're doing this now and you're doing this within like 3 hours, get ready. I was like, ugh.
I'm assuming the new thing's the green portal, right? Or since green is the only other color scheme I see. Ah, yes, I was correct.
Now,
Holy jeez.
Whoa, dude, this is really cool. Yeah.
it's really neat, but as I said before, it's really hard. It's like in terms of difficulty, this is like post game Portal levels of difficulty, and I'm just like, oh, my brain, dude, it hurty.
I'm assuming there's only two, so like even if you put like the green portal somewhere else, you will go back to that first time period from before.
The green portal?
The green portal? Yeah, it'll
The
go back to
green
it'll go
boy.
back to the first one. And
Okay.
the last puzzle that I did reminded me or like was specifically designed to remind you of a specific mechanic that's really neat. Which is that with the green portal, you can still like throw stuff through it. So like for example, look at this, right? So let me take this. So right now we're in the present, right? And then that through there is the future. So I place this here.
It's here.
So I can
Does-
take the cube from the future and bring it into the past because that doesn't like harm the space-time continuum or anything. But if I pick this up, that one disappears because now the continuum has been broken. You get it?
Okay, that's yeah.
You can immediately see how difficult this has been to like figure out these solutions. Right.
So you're trying to go up.
I don't know, I could figure it out with my pinky tied behind my other pinky.
Put my pinky tied behind my other pinky. Alright, so we got that. But I need a cube to get over here. Oh, I'm a fool.
Woo!
Alright, because I can do this and then I can grab this is the future one. Because I can do that. Oh, actually I can't do this, can I? No, I can't do that. Because I need to be able to shoot the portal. Oh!
There's nothing to launch.
Although now there's an emancipation grill. Oop, that! Hello?
Nice.
There is an emancipation grill.
Emancipated
over there.
girl?
An emancipated girl.
I mean, since this is like a distance up, can you just try?
Oh, whoa, hold up. I got it. Alright, so, oop, shit. Alright. So we do this.
All right.
1 second.
Oh, there's cubes going up there.
Cube.
Cube.
Hello. I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to step away for a moment. Which is a really bad time. So, I'll be right back.
He'll
You
be
guys-
right
you
there.
guys-
and me, Saba.
You guys feel free to chit-chat
Yeah.
while I'm away.
Sure, let's rumor about how Zach is, stinky.
Stinky.
Smells and he stinks real bad.
You think he managed to, you know, since he's not here, he might not get upset about this, but you think he managed to actually shift in the end, Adrian?
I think he would have probably told you if he did.
You're right, but maybe there's this thing, right, where the actual people who can shift don't actually tell you how to shift because it's like a secret society, like the Illuminati.
What? There's literally like hundreds of TikTok tutorials on how to shift. I don't think it's that secret.
Well, no. That's the thing, though, Adrian. Maybe the people that actually know how to shift are like, well, none of those ways are actually correct. So
You
we'll
think they're
have them
feeding
as a
false
decoy.
info?
Dude, maybe, like it's just they're
Do you
just
think
like,
that-
well,
Fake shifting tutorials have been disseminated into TikTok's culture, and now everyone's like, this probably works because these people say they've worked.
yeah. And then there you go. Then the people who actually know how to shift are like, this is a good decoy, and they'll never figure it out.
What would the point of that be? Why wouldn't they just stop posting in general?
Well, I mean, it's a, as they say, a shifting conspiracy, you know? I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe there's a top group that found to, like, shifting to be ultimately powerful, and it somehow, like, can break, like, dimensional barriers and stuff, and so they're like, we can't let people know about this.
You're right,
And,
that's probably how it works.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think that's it. That, honestly, think about it. Think how ingenious the plan would be. That people kind of infiltrated and put TikTok as a decoy.
They need to protect this information so that the
Exactly.
commoners can't. I mean, it's already been leaked in general, and that people know it exists. They don't want people to get the specifics right, so they're putting out fake specifics, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. And on like TikTok, which is like one of, I think, the most addictive platform right now, right? At least for the younger gen.
Sure, probably.
Here we go. I think the shifting conspiracy can be, you know, stamped as valid now. I think we figured it out, Adrian.
Sure.
This
why
stemmed
not?
from. I just realized this stemmed from me being like, well, what if Zach actually did manage to shift and he just doesn't want to tell us the secret because, you know, the shifters came for him and they're like, you can't tell anybody about this stuff.
That'd be pretty good.
I don't tend to make lore that often, but I think that did pretty well there.
Yeah, you made lore that no one else was here for except for me.
It's okay. This is all being recorded. It's fine. Hopefully they don't come after me next. Okay.
They will. Now that you've spilled their secrets. I'm actually working with them. You know too much.
Oh no!
Watch
It was
as
all a
I
guess, I swear.
look over in the corner of your room behind the chair. It's me.
Oh no.
I've reduced
so
myself to
many chairs in
microscopic. I've reduced myself to microscopic size. You'll never know where I am, even though I just told you.
Even though I just told you, I would still not be able to see you.
It's like you know the general, but now I've told you the specifics. See,
Oh
or
my
you don't know the
gosh.
specifics. See, it's just like the plan.
You're just mind flooding me by this point, I think.
I'm gonna sneak up on you, and you're sleeping gonna crawl up your nose, and I'm gonna steal your nose hairs and sell them black market so they can make DNA clones of you, and then you'll be really frightened in general.
Oh no, then that also makes my probability of getting sick even higher. Not.
What?
really
How?
not-
What? How does you being sick do that?
No. Did you nose hairs? Right? They're supposed to help catch like bad stuff that you breathe in. Yeah, biology age.
That's the connection. I steal your nose to make clothes. You're like, oh no, I'll be slightly more. I'm likely to get sick if I'm missing 4 nose hairs from my nose because I won't be able to catch the like bacterial in the air anymore.
Well, no. I said on top of the clones, I might also have a
Oh.
higher chance of getting sick.
That's
I mean, the
a
clones
really.
are pretty bad too.
It's a wild direction to take it if someone threatens to steal your nose hairs to make clones of you and like, but what about my sinuses? They're no longer being protected anymore.
What about my immune system? Oh gosh. Do you think if doppelgangers exist, like, because isn't there like 2 theories of doppelgangers? Like one where, I mean, they're kind of the same. Where it's like one, it's like they're actually seeking you out to like kill you and take your place, versus like, it just if you like come into contact with them, then like one of them has to cease to exist.
What?
I thought that was a thing. There's like, because obviously I remember from like Twilight Zone, there was an episode with like a doppelganger where the doppelganger ended up like just taking the role of like the woman's life. But I've also heard the idea of like doppelgangers where, or maybe that theory comes from interdimensionality, from coming from one dimension to the other. So it's like two of you can't exist in the same dimension.
To quote Zach, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about doppelgangers.
What? Okay, in what context? Because to my mind, doppelgangers are just people that look similar to the other and try to steal their identity.
Okay, I'm talking about like the sci-fi fantasy version of a doppelganger.
What does that mean? What's a sci-fi fantasy doppelganger? Enlighten me.
Well, like I said, for example, like the Twilight Zone episode featuring the doppelganger. If you,
I didn't watch the Twilight Zone.
Well, it's okay if you
No.
haven't seen it. Basically, it's just like this woman's at like a train station, and then she starts seeing like glimpses of herself, and like by the end, either like she goes insane, and like her doppelganger is the one that takes her place on like the train, and then ends up leaving. I mean, I think you've heard, right, this like different versions of like the doppelganger story, where like you said, like they come to try to like take your or like assume your life. Have you not heard any other theories of like, not even theories?
I wouldn't say theories. I would just.
Yeah.
This sounds like myth or like fiction rather than anything
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, that's I think you're right. It's not still like theories, but yeah, because I've heard of a couple of them, which I was saying. I was asking if you've heard any other type of doppelganger story.
I see. Well, no, I
Okay.
haven't. Is your answer?
Okay. It took a long time to get here, but okay, I got my.
I've not heard of such doppelganger myth before. I was a
Because I
lesser
think,
man when I didn't know about them, and now I'm a greater man because I do know about them.
Well, that's wonderful.
That's
See,
the
look.
that's the goal in life. That's what we're all striving for, isn't it?
Yeah. Now you know that there's two potentialities when you're faced with a doppelganger.
Yeah, one of them where. What the fuck was even the point of that? What were the two things that you were talking about?
I mean, the ones in like stories that isn't like obviously real life are like the ones where it's like the doppelganger's trying to like probably eliminate you in order to take your place, versus the second myth is more like, I guess if you come from another like alternate reality where now you're in like a reality with two of you, like the universe is like two of you can't exist in like one reality at the same time. So if you ever end up meeting or something, one of you will end up disappearing.
That's a very strange myth to have. There's a spectral version of you that's just you, but if you touch, then one of you dies,
Or one of
and
you
it's like
saved from
absorbed into the
existence.
other. Yeah, what?
I don't
This
remember.
is
where
just
I
Kingdom
heard that
Hearts.
from.
This is just Heartless
Is
and
it?
Nobody again.
Because I don't remember where I've seen this myth from, but I do believe it's like a thing I remember accurately.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Here we go. Yeah, you're starting to see my weird side, Adrian. It does exist. You just need to be
Yeah.
alone in a room with me, and then I'll start going crazy.
I will refrain from calling you a normie any further unless it is referring to your ability to browse and take screenshots. Otherwise, you have crossed the
or
boundary
internet
into.
memes. I'm
Or
like somewhat
internet
privy to
memes.
them. I only know the
Yeah.
boomer memes. The boomer memes make me happy.
I see Zach has briefly returned to nudge his mouse.
Hello.
Hello.
I am back. We had an impromptu birthday for my aunt.
Oh.
Oh, very
And
nice.
I don't usually like cake. Like I don't usually like sweets. That cake was really good.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
It was a delicious vanilla cream. All right. Here we go. We're
Oh.
back.
Creamed.
I creamed.
You have
my
saved
vanilla.
Adrian from my doppelganger talk.
What were you?
Saba was talking to me about doppelganger theory and how they're gonna fucking destroy me by looking at me wrong and like touching my finger, and they'll be like, and there'll be like the scene in that one painting of like God making contact with that one build figure where he's like, the one guy is naked and sitting on the rock, and God's like in like a golden like celestial wreath with angels around him, like reaching down and touching the fingers, except instead of them like being an artistic painting, one of them's gonna just be like and painfully like disintegrate.
This is highly.
Is Staba
amusing,
high?
Yeah. No,
That's
I didn't
that's
say it
basically
like
what
that.
the conversation was.
Did you not?
That's
I
basically
could
what that whole
believe it if
conversation
you
was
did.
summarized as.
Well, Zach, here I can explain it to you. In my,
I'm
in
already
my,
familiar with doppelganger theory.
Well, yes, I was telling to Adrian because apparently he hasn't heard. I'm like, in my mind, I've heard two kind of mythos when it comes to doppelgangers in terms of like more fantastical, I guess, settings or
No!
science fiction
Yes!
settings.
Woo!
Where it's like, obviously, you know, like one version of the doppelganger is like actually seeking you out in order to kill you and assume your place. But I think I've also heard of like another doppelganger like mythos where it's like, if you come from like an alternate reality into a reality that already like has one of you,
And you touch
it's
them,
almost
you
like
explode!
not even explode.
You
I guess, but
explode!
just- sure, you can explode.
You Yoshikage Kira from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure explode!
Explode. But it's the idea that like the universe is like there can't be two of you.
One of you must go.
No. Yeah, one of you must go.
There can only be one, in the words of
Which-
Highlander.
Which can, because, you know, obviously I'm very into, like, teleporters and portal stuff and time travel and all that jazz. One of my favorite counterances to that, because that's, like, a thing from, like, time travel movies, right, is the idea is that if you go back in time to where you already existed and then touch, you'll, like, vaporize, right? One of the because once again time travel is like pure science fiction, but one of the theories is the idea that time travel isn't actually like moving physically. Well, it is like moving physically from one moment in time to another, but it could be more accurately represented by am I supposed to do it like this? Is this what I'm supposed to do? Oh, and then I need to move that so that way the button, right. How the fuck do I do that? Anyway, sorry. Long story short, when you move through time, you actually swap places with an equivalent amount of energy from your like destination. So like let's say I go like a year back in time so I could actually use my 2020 for something productive. There would be like a massive flash of light and like a big just boom of energy when I left, and that would be why like the universe wouldn't like vaporize you or whatever, because there's nothing gained and there's nothing lost in that transaction. It is literally just the energy equivalent of my mass would be brought to the present time, which I think is cool. I like that idea. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
But I was asking.
But what if that
Adrian
wasn't the
he
case?
I mean,
then
it's
things would
probably
be
not
bad.
the case. It's time travel is probably impossible.
What if you could do it by like just snapping your fingers 3 times and jumping a funny way, and then
What
winking
if
one
I
eye?
could do it
I've
by,
said
clicking
stuff.
my heels?
I've said stuff
saying
like
where I
that
wanna go.
before, by the way. I've been like, could you imagine if like the ability to like shoot a fireball from your fingertips was as easy as like clapping your hands and snapping your fingers a certain way? You know what I mean? Like, could you
I'll
imagine if it was
just,
something that mundane?
I'll just click my heels and just say, "There's no time like 2016. There's no time like 2016."
And then it
Why
shoots
do you
to
want to go back to
3016.
2016, you Trump
I
supporter?
just chose an arbitrary number.
You absolute Trump supporter.
You say there's no time like 2016, and it shoots you into 3016, and it's like, welcome to 3016. It's nothing like 2016. It's like, then why did it shoot me here when it says like, I don't know, fucking.
I don't know. Oh, but yeah,
That's
but
not
I
my
was I
problem.
just wanna so we can finish the doppelganger talk. Is there any other like mythos that you've heard in regards to doppelgangers, Zach? 'Cause Adrian has it.
Doppelgangers.
Doppelgangers.
Doppelgangbangers?
In what way? Like I need a better explanation as to like what the question is asking.
No, well, like I said, like
What
one,
was it like
one
when you
of the-
absorbed your doppelganger, Zach?
Pretty horrifying because I got to have a momentary glimpse into what it was like to die.
Yeah, it seems pretty awful.
Shit.
Haven't we all
Fuck.
though?
Shit. Haven't we all every night when I go to sleep?
The big sleep, as they call it. Which, by the way, that's a weird term for death.
The big sleep, because like sleep implies because I don't know. I'm 90% sure that when you die, you don't even dream. You know what I mean? Shit!
I think it
Why would you
just
do
means,
this
like,
to me, video
awareness,
games?
right? Like you don't have.
Well, I've said it.
Awareness
I've said it
anymore?
before, but I am pretty confident that you just turn off. You know, like there's nothing to even like have a dream anymore. It's just dust.
Says you.
Says
about
me.
this?
God damn it. I feel like I'm not doing this solution properly by the fact that I'm getting fucked over by like all this physics shit, but I'm gonna keep doing it. Alright, there we go. I did it. No!
Wait, didn't you grab it before though?
I did! That's how I got this one here.
Oh, you need both of them.
Yeah, because remember, once you move the one from the present, the one from the future disappears.
Oh, so you needed the future.
One
So I
in
need
the
to
middle,
fast
two
one.
in the rear.
Adrian.
The scary draws closer, the other goes near.
The fuck is the cube? Hello?
Cube. Cube. You must use cube.
Hello.
All he want to do is consume.
Good zoom. Cube.
So, in an effort to get us onto actual banter topics, I know you guys were talking about doppelganger theory and stuff.
No.
I watched the Mortal Kombat movie today, the new one.
Ah.
It is.
Oh, was it good?
It for a video game movie? It's fine.
Cool.
Yeah, which is which is more than I could normally ask for. I feel like
I was
given
gonna
the,
say that's
given the
kind of all you can
circumstance.
ask for.
Yeah. All right, come on. Shit, why did I do that again? Let me go. Let me go. All right.
Let me in. Let me in.
They do some weird stuff with the movie, in my opinion. Like, for example, fucking Jax's like robot arms are not. They're not robotic. They're magic.
Scorpion
Wait,
is played by
Zach,
Donald
did
Trump,
you-
and
No.
Sub-Zero is
Did I
played
what?
by Joe Biden.
Ignore me.
Well, I kind of think I know what you were gonna say, Saba, but it's like, cause I need to move this right in order to.
Yeah, so you'll just lose the future one, right?
Yeah. So you know what I think I can do? Cause essentially what I need is I just need the.
I'm like, cause didn't you just put the future cube on the button itself, and then if you need a past cube, then just go back and grab the past?
No, but
oh
I
my
need
God.
the
No,
I need
put
the
past
cube that is on the button to disappear so I can open up the door.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, that is why I went through all of this to put the past, or why I went through all this to put the future cube on the button, so that
This
way,
is gonna
because
be
as soon as
frustrating.
oh, believe me, I know it's Portal.
No, oh, not even that. It's gonna be frustrating for me to have to refer to the one that looks like a past cube as the future cube.
Right? Because like the one that's all clean and nice, this is the past. The one that's all dirty and weird, this is the future. I automatically think of it being the opposite, even.
Yeah, same. So if I say past cube,
Foolish.
just know that it's
Oh, I did the wrong one. Oh well, I guess that didn't.
Oh,
That
we're
didn't
back
really
up
matter.
here.
Ta-da! All right.
You
So
are too optimistic, Zach, to assume that the future would hold clean brightness and purity for us.
That's what all the sci-fi movies have been telling me, Adrian. Are you telling me they were wrong?
Yes.
unequivocally.
Oh my god, all those sci-fi movies that
Oh my god.
Oh my god! I did the wrong one. Alright. Come
So
on.
You're telling me a
let's go.
shrimp fried this rice.
No! Are you telling me a shrimp fried this? That's incredible.
Apartment complex. I find it quite simple, really.
That's really good. Is that from something?
That's another common version of that meme.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. This is really good.
Based on what?
These are really good. I like these.
That's that's like the triangle of them that like a lot of people compare their OCs to, or just characters in media to. There's one for Ace Attorney where Edgeworth's like, apartment complex. I find it quite simple, actually.
That's pretty Edgeworth, to be fair.
Exactly. See.
All right, because I'm thinking about it, right? I'm gonna fuck this up, and
Laugh about
I'm
it.
gonna have to do a lot of stuff. But like, I can
Thinking about
take this. This will disappear, and then I can do
Thinking
this.
about it?
So
Laugh about it.
I think I can stay on the button. No, I can't, because that's. Oh. Heh. Shit! Come on. Ready? Ha! Oh. Ha! Oh, oh! Do you see? Are you picking up what I'm? Are you picking up what I'm putting down,
I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
Adrian?
What?
That technically means what
That
what Zach
does.
said.
That does.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, when I do it, it's not cool anymore. But when Zach does it, it's pretty cool.
All right. Well, anyway. Oh, dude, my brain already. I don't want to do this. This was not the best thing to decide to play after the day I had today. You know what? Let's use this as an opportunity to finally finish our banter topics.
No.
You know, we attempted to start doing that yesterday, and
Right, and then
Yeah.
some dumbass brought up shifting.
I thought it would be a quirky, novel internet thing to bring up, like the closed species thing.
Not literally the most disruptive topic we've brought up on stream so far.
Lawrence
Hey.
eyeballs wish he were that tremulous.
What does tremulous mean?
I might be a made-up word. I think it's a word though.
It might be made up.
No, tremulous. It means shaking or quivering slightly.
Slightly. Oh,
Or timid or
tremulous means
nervous.
to tremor.
Yeah.
Oh, I could
I
have
was
told you
concerned I made that word up and I was like, I've heard that maybe.
let me go see what our next banter is.
that. Dude, do you see that?
Interesting.
Banter.
What actually happens as a person becomes famous?
All right, so this was a topic that I proposed when I was in a particular mindset, and now I basically forget what the original point of it was, because this is kind of a topic we talked about before. But like,
Your
the
famous helmet.
I remember. Well, Adrian, I remember this largely spawned from a. It was like a Twitter thread that I was reading, where it was this guy who had recently gotten like some moderate level of fame on Twitter for his art that he was producing. And the thing was that he was talking about how he was like, oh man, it really sucks that I have to deal with like all of this criticism and stuff now, because like people are like actually paying attention to him. And it was interesting because normally when this topic comes up, it's a lot of people arguing back and forth as like, oh well, blah blah blah. And you know, I've already talked about this in the Pathless. But there was an interesting question that was brought up, which was like, how is that one guy? Because it's not like he suddenly became famous overnight. It was a slow process over the course of like 3 years and consistently doing good work on Twitter that led to his fame on the social media platform. And so the question came up of like, what actually changed? Because he's still the same guy, but now there's like a different standard that he's held to. And I don't know.
Interesting.
I thought it was interesting.
So to maybe get a little bit more context, so he started his journey off in order to become popular?
Yes and no. He wanted to be an artist, right? But he wasn't getting hired for anything. So he just started doing art, and it was like a bunch of. He basically did like one panel comics with a bunch of reoccurring characters, and so he developed that community over time, and then he started doing like commissions and stuff like that.
Okay, so it's not popular in the essence of just like getting like YouTube like views. It's more like he wants his artwork to be more well known.
Well, getting YouTube views is also theoretically something that could be a like financial, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think I'm just trying to equate a difference between like, you know, like a YouTuber starting YouTube because he wants to get famous on YouTube versus like,
I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that he did want to become famous. Like that was his goal. He wanted to gain notoriety for the artwork that he was doing, and then in doing so, he hoped that he would get money.
Okay. Because I think there's obviously we have to like point out like, you know, the difference between someone who just like us who's doing it as like friend group who it's like it'd be nice to get famous but we're not necessarily doing it for that reason, or also the other attributing factor
if I get a
becoming...
real job, I will drop this like a hat.
No, I was just gonna say versus like someone accidentally becoming famous overnight.
Let's go. Ah, shit, it dinged off my head.
Ding ding. Up like a plug.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, it depends on the type of criticism he's facing. Is he facing criticism because his art's not good enough, or because he's making really shitty political statements?
It was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It was something along the lines of like, he had like a Patreon and stuff like that. And on his Patreon, he made promises about like the types of content that he would be producing, and he wasn't adhering to that because he didn't want to anymore. And that was like one of the things that like got him a moderate amount of success. Was a very, and to be fair, it should be noted, it was a non-sustainable. Oh, hello. It was non-sustainable, his original Patreon stuff that he had going. God damn it! Just give me the fucking cube. And then I won't get into specifics, but there were definitely a few political things that he said that weren't super cool. Typically about like other female artists and stuff like that. And yeah,
that just sounds like being a jerk.
Well,
like, but that's politics.
But that's the thing, right? I guess is that he might be kind of an asshole, but he was always that asshole, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, why does it matter now that he has like fame, I guess?
Because of the fame, because it means that his voice is getting more people and potentially influencing more people that could be influenceable by someone that's popular and successful. Literally that. This is
exactly the argument that I made to Saba when we talked about a similar topic previously. Ow, it hit me in the head.
But there's also, Adrian, this idea of whether or not his audience cares. Because you do have just some people who are just like, yeah, we know this is what he's like, and I think that's what Zach's getting like. Right, they're just like, we know this guy's a jerk, but we don't care. Like, it's just funny.
And that's
it was more like, I don't know, like, 'cause that's not necessarily what I'm getting at, but it's like early on when he was just starting off, like 3 years ago. Like, he might have been an asshole every once in a while, but it was mostly about like, oh, thank you guys for so much support and yada yada, and you know, that kind of stuff. And then like as he became like stable in his career, that's when he started to like, you know, have all these like weird things that people didn't want to do. I don't know.
Well, that might just be like obtaining like, I don't want to say necessarily like power, but it's like once you get what you want,
then you want something else.
Personality too. No, honestly, it just might be a bad personality too. It's just like, well, you gave me what I want, now I don't need you anymore.
Like,
right,
you don't feel like you have
sucks.
to play it safe at a point where once you got your thing, now you can take more risks. But you have the social clout to spend by making shitty, like, sayings and posts and stuff, I guess.
Because it's like, I'm thinking about it, right? Because once again, Brian David Gilbert's a huge influence on a lot of people at this point. But his statement that he made in, I have zero idea which episode it was. I don't remember. It was like the first one of season 2 or something. Where he was like, he was pretending about cutting his hair and growing a mustache, and then he's like, turns out it was real because we're not friends and you have no say over what I do with my body. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But if he made an episode, let's say, I don't know, the finale of Unraveled, that was really lackluster and very much not what people wanted, that doesn't mean that he's above criticism, I guess. like it's a weird relationship, I guess, because like a lot of people, especially like in the internet age, develop communities like this through parasocial relationships and stuff. Like the idea of like, oh, we're like kind of friends, but not really. And then as soon as that becomes an inconvenience, then it becomes a problem, I guess. I don't know.
Or
I
it's
mean,
like,
he's
yeah,
being
the
paid to make content,
community-
not being paid to have his mustache or not have it.
Well, I mean, that's Brian David Gilbert. Sorry, I was just thinking about the in the general context, because the reason I brought up Brian David Gilbert is because you're 100% right? Like the stuff he does with his body, that is his choice. Like obviously he's allowed to do that, but then the content that he produces, and this is exactly what you just said. But yeah, like, oh, hello, Mikey. Welcome to stream. I'm suffering in Portal. Fuck. Oh. It's going again.
This isn't just any Portal. This is Portal for second grade. No.
No, it's
Second
Portal.
grader-
It's Portal Reloaded
second
now
graders
with time
get,
travel, and I want to die.
Read this.
When aren't you suffering? That's pretty true. That's pretty much my brand at this point. Maybe through
oh, yeah,
suffering, I can finally achieve divinity.
Maybe
You're
also
gonna
go
achieve
for
your
the-
apotheosis.
Wait a minute, I just thought of something. Can
What's
I
that?
do, let me see this. Can I do...
The Mario.
How
Are
does-
you picking
time
up, are you
portal
picking up
work
what
here?
are you picking up what I'm putting down?
No. But it's
I'm
you're
taste-
probably thinking something.
I'm flushing what you're. Never
I'm
mind.
flushing what you're shitting? Is that what you're
Yeah.
just about to fucking say, you
Maybe.
disgusting gremlin?
Maybe.
Wait, could you technically make portals?
Oh! Right. That makes sense. Why would I think something else would happen there?
Could you technically make portals within the future as well? That'll just stay there?
Yeah. So, fuck, I'm such an idiot. So the way that it works is that anything I do in the future will remain in the future, but then if I do anything in the past, it'll affect the future. They're like
Yeah.
separate from each other.
Okay.
I'm imagining the Marl Mafia using portal guns to dispose of bodies. That's horrifying in more ways than I think you necessarily anticipate, Mikey, because it's like, could you imagine portal guns just being in the Pokemon world in general?
But
I mean,
Pokemon would
Pokemon already
be.
have abilities, so...
What Pokemon would
Especially
Gladys be?
Yeah.
Probably be some fucked up Porygon Z,
Porygon
right? That kind of makes sense.
Porygon G.
Porygon G. That's really good, actually.
Nice. Does that imply that all the cores are fucking Magnemites or?
Oh, that's a really good idea. Dude, someone draw this. A Porygon G, where it's a Porygon Z, but they're like hanging from the ceiling, and they just have a bunch of Magnemites stuck to them. Koopa is basically a living portal gun. That's actually super true. I was literally just about to say, what if they made a Pokemon that was a portal? And they did. What was I gonna say though? The thing I was gonna say. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know if there's anything else for us to say on the topic of like what happens when you become famous, because we don't know, right? But it's
You
the
can unlock
idea.
all of Zach's shitty opinions by giving him more subscribers.
Kinda.
God.
Like I guess that's kind of one of the things why I was thinking about it, or why I wanted to talk about it, because it's like, could you imagine like 4, 5, 6 years down the line, if this actually amounts to anything, and it's like suddenly I have like actual
You have a cult following.
well, a cult following, and I have like
obligation?
standards that I have to like adhere to, right? Like, because I
Well, there
already
you go, an
have
obligation.
like obligation and like a moral code that I have to adhere to and stuff like that. Because it's like that's already stuff that I do right now. But then there's gonna be like people that like keep me to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. People that hold you to your responsibilities as a streamer.
I also wanted to say for the guy though, there's also this idea, right, where maybe the community at large like wants like a specific kind of content from the creator, even though the creator's like, no, I don't want to do it, right?
Well, because that's the
I'm-
thing. If you go to a restaurant because they advertise that they have the world's best pancakes, and then you get there and the chef's like, I don't want to do pancakes anymore.
No. I guess maybe think of it like you're going to some place that says you have pancakes, right? And maybe he's been making pancakes for a long time, right? And then you just start having customers that are like, well, we want waffles as well. And then you're just like, no, I make pancakes. And like, no, we want waffles from
No,
you.
that's
Well, we're
true.
gonna leave.
That's a different scenario, but yeah.
That is a very different scenario, but given the allegory, that is also something that is very reasonable to expect to happen.
There's a very popular example is Team 4-Star. They stopped making DBZ because they're like, hey, we just can't fucking make this anymore. And fans were like, okay. They were disappointed, but they weren't like assaulting them or like being angry. They're just like, okay, sorry.
Well, that's just a nice
And then
way
they-
of.
At
they
least
basically
the
lost,
community
like-
was around them, right?
And then they basically lost like 80% of their supporters because they all were like, well, there's no DBZ, we're leaving. So their views don't get.
What did
their
they?
Well,
their videos don't get
considering
nearly
they're
as many views
literally
now.
named after a Dragon Ball thing.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like if you stop doing what your brand is, then obviously I think people will leave, right?
Right.
I guess that's why you have to make your whole thing generic, I guess, if you go branding, because yeah, once you stop doing what your name is and what people know you for, then yeah, you might just lose all your supporters.
Might just die.
Except for like mostly celebrities. Celebrities are incredibly weird. Like they just switch platforms, and for the most part, people still follow them. Which
Well, that's because
I don't know if I like.
you're not tied. Well, that's because for the most part, with like celebrities in the modern day, you're not tied to the content that they produce. You're tied to the individual themselves. Like, I am a huge fan of Jeff Goldblum. I will watch literally anything that he's in, even those stupid fucking apartment.com commercials. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, dude, I fucking love Jeff Goldblum.
maybe we can we equate to like celebrities, even though this is incredibly weird and kind of stupid to say, like being like, yeah, they're the YouTube before the YouTube, I guess. Except it was like the club was
I think that's a very reasonable thing to say. God,
they were just a way more exclusive club though.
Right, because you had to, because YouTube, in theory, early YouTube was just if anybody had something that could record their audio and video, boom, you can be a YouTuber. Whereas Hollywood, you have to like get into acting or have sex with the director. But I don't know.
I wonder what
I get-
point I was trying to make.
I guess I mean, to be fair, we're kind of losing the plot on this particular topic, but it's just like, I don't know, the over-under of what I wanted to bring up with this was just like, I wish that someone had made a chart of like a person who is just the individual and the slow progression to them being an influencer. And like along that spectrum of time, like along that timeline, where do certain things happen? Like at what point are they now more beholden to their audience than their own personal doings?
What they want to do, yeah.
Right? Because it's like, I'm thinking of what's his name? RT Game?
Yeah.
Like he's pretty popular, but he used to do exclusively Team Fortress stuff. And then he was like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna stop doing the Team Fortress stuff. Hopefully you guys stick around." And then not only did they stick around, he started doing the Minecraft and all this other like variety content. And now he's huge. Now he's a huge YouTuber, and it's like, congratulations!
That's
I'm really
just-
happy
yeah.
for him. And
He
so like
clearly-
that's
he
an
clearly
example
got
of
a good
something working
community.
really well. But then there's also examples
Yeah.
of things that don't work that well. You know.
Yeah, I think he just got lucky too with a good community. I think that's
To be fair, he put a lot of effort into fostering a good community. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
he definitely got out what he put in. All right, what did Mikey say? Soon everyone can see Zach Cheese, the Primal Dialga fight. Mikey, you're gonna be so sad to hear that video's not like that. It's probably gonna be like 2 or 3 videos. And first off, we're not even done with Pokemon
Zach
Mystery
didn't cheese
Dungeon,
it. I
right?
thought it was me. I thought I was the one that was yeeted out of there.
Well, the cheesing as in what we did in general, but like
Okay.
that, like I still haven't even started editing the Bowser's Inside Story fight yet, or the Bowser's Inside Story playthrough. Like I have so much on my plate to do, and it's just like, I wish I could focus for long periods of time. All right, and what was the other one? Oh shit, because I still have to do Journey and Return to the Obra Dinn. I forgot about that, damn it. All right. Oh, and Hat in Time?
Oh my god.
You see what I mean? There's so many videos I want to do, but then it takes so fucking long to do them in the way that I want.
Just like every game we have played.
Well, not every game. Like, I don't want to, like, I'm not doing Outer Wilds, right? Remember when YouTube was YouTube and not basically TV2? There was actually, like, I don't know anything about that, but but there was a long period of time where, actually, I still kind of do this. Like, I don't even really watch TV anymore. I mean, I do pirate a lot of cartoons and stuff, but I basically, throughout all of high school, just watched YouTube instead of watching TV, which was great. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's
I mean, I learned-
basically TV2 is, I guess.
I learned my accent and how I talk from YouTube.
I'm about to say, I learned a lot of my mannerisms and, like, you know, all that jazz from the YouTubers that I watched. You have an accent?
I mean, it's
You're talking
okay.
about, like, your like dialect or whatever.
Partially, but also the fact that I don't have the accent people that I lived around and were around. Like, I didn't pick up their accent.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm about to say, like, I don't remember what
I guess
the
I
official...
picked up my lack of an accent from YouTube.
So that's what I was about to bring up. I don't remember what the actual name of it is, but there is a phenomenon that people are recording of, like, the internet accent, or, like, the internet vernacular, which obviously there's just, like, the way you talk to people on the internet, but just the idea of, like, people who grew up with the internet are like they're from a different country. Because, like, for the most part, I don't have a Boston accent until I get mad. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I extenuate my A's or drop my R's, but, like, for the most part, no.
Or then the only kind of like accent that I have isn't even accent. It's more or less the intonation of using words as such as like a lot, because that's a
Well, that's a
West Coast
generation.
thing.
That's a generational thing, right? That makes sense.
maybe. I just know in general as well. People know you're from the West Coast if you say like a lot.
Well, because I think that extends to, like, internet culture in general, because you know, millennials are the consummate punching bags of the elder class, but it's like that was, like, one of the big criticisms of them, was they're like I'm just here saying, like, listen, like,
Okay,
you know what I
wait. There's
mean?
a difference. There's a difference, because what you're talking about is the Valley accent.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
no, that was me making a joke. I'm not talking about the Valley accent, because I also say like a lot, and I grew up in New England.
Ah, okay.
So I can
Well,
so I
that's-
can
that's quite
confirm
interesting.
so I can confirm for you that it's not something that's exclusive to the West Coast. I think it's something
Okay.
that's about internet culture.
Because
I think just
have
people talk like
heard,
that.
because that's interesting. Because I have heard some people say that if you do say like a lot, that it also indicates you are from the West Coast. Like, I have heard it been like a regional thing, or it being described as a regional thing.
Let's go. Okay.
But
Popular
actually,
misconception. The truth is,
The truth is boring.
but actually, what was part of my because Mikey was saying, like, when YouTube wasn't a minefield of drama and like,
An ad-friendly crap.
yeah.
Which is weird
'Cause
to think about, that the adpocalypse was started by PewDiePie making a bunch of really off-color jokes. Which is, or not even really off-color, they weren't even that bad. It was literally just he did it specifically to challenge advertisers, and so advertisers were like, okay, we're out of YouTube, and YouTube was like, no!
What's super interesting is I view past YouTube to be more in the way like Mikey's describing it as, well, there was an age where obviously YouTube wasn't big, and it was just kind of like this inside, not like club, but it was just, you know, certain group of people went on YouTube, right? And then only certain people ended up becoming famous, so it was almost celebrity-ish, like, because there wasn't that many people doing it. But as you said, like, now it's just like everyone's trying to get big, Zach, you know?
Well, it's
where
like,
there's
I would
just
almost
enough running
argue that
around.
with almost any, because, like, you could call YouTube like a content platform, right? I would argue that with, like, any social media influencer or content platform during its early stages of development, they're just desperately trying to look for people to be on the platform, period, to, like, add legitimacy. And so, like, in the early days of YouTube, people that would just, like, upload, like, shitty MS Paint animations with bad audio quality, whatever, those videos would get, like, millions of views because there was nothing else on YouTube.
Yeah, now there's just so much that it's a bit insane. that.
Dude, I am
But yeah,
making
it's
I am
like
making
missing the good
0%
days.
progress on on this. Does anyone have any ideas?
So you have just
Anyone
put
got
your
any
like
bright
your
ideas,
portal-
Spider-Man? Yeah,
You,
I got a
you have
couple.
just put your like portal on the thing, and you have thrown yourself over there. I don't even remember. We've
Yeah,
done
so
much
I
stuff.
was over there, but once again, the thing with being over. So essentially, allow me to show you what the current predicament is, because
I want to see what's over there.
I think I'm
Yeah.
one. What do you mean see? We've been over here like 6 times. So I think I think that we're at like the second to last step. So right now, the button is being pushed, which means that this thing is extended, whereas the door is closed. So I need that cube to disappear, which I can do by moving that.
Is it possible that you have to bring the future cube to where you are right now?
I can't do
No,
I
you
can't do that unless the button is pushed, which means I won't be able to unpush the button. Because you'll notice that there's no portable walls while I'm here.
Here. Bring the future.
Essentially, the only way for me to
here.
get up on this platform is to launch myself from that while the button is pushed.
Would it matter that this is here? Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, this is just impossible for me to think out. Because as you said, you need the future cube to be here, but you can't move the future cube in any capacity.
I mean, it
And
should
you
be.
need
I
that
mean, it
other
should be
one.
noted that once again, you can maintain momentum through the time portal, right? So while you're falling, you can go through it and go through time periods and whatnot, and you'll be fine. But it's like, I don't know, man. My brain hurty. maybe we should shift to something else.
Zach, can you, if you like press the button in the past, will the button still be activated in the future?
Yes, like right now it's active.
Can we do something with the past cube where it
Wait, it's not
activated
active.
and then-
Oh no, right, sorry. It's not active because I pulled, because that's the past cube and I fucked with the timeline.
Can you just use the future cube and put the button to activate the button in the past?
That is what is happening right now.
Where's the future cube?
That is the future cube over there. This is the present cube.
Yeah, can we put the present cube?
If I touch
on
this,
the
that
thing?
disappears.
Well, by this point, do you have? Can we just test around if you have no other idea?
Well, I would like to discuss it first because it takes a while for me to get
let me
here.
discuss more. So if you put the present cube on that button, then the future button will also be pressed.
Correct. Yes.
Which
Doesn't really do anything.
Present? Is there anything different in the present that we can do?
It doesn't look like it. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any portable surfaces over there. Although, you know what? No, because you're kind of right, because that door is open presently. If I could just get up, if I could just get up there, we'd be good. But the thing is I can't get up there unless I go through this, which I can't do.
Well, I don't like because the only thing I can think of is somehow having it active while having another cube.
Yes.
That's the only other variation I can think to try out because but
that doesn't solve anything, right? Like you know what? Let's do it, right? Because you're saying like, well, what if we put the present cube on the present button and then the future will also be pressed? Let's do it. I'll show you why it doesn't work.
Because we still is it this idea?
This is gonna take like 20 minutes.
Wait. Because we also need. It's also the idea that cube on or the button cube or the button that's on the cube that's on the button also still needs to be removed, right?
Sort of, because you kind of intrigued me with something a moment ago, where this one is open while that one was closed because of like the disparate between the present and the future. So I was like, maybe there's a way for us to like launch ourselves into the future, right? Because remember, you can maintain momentum through the green portal. So like, maybe that was a thing, but you can't do that because you need the button to be pressed in order to get up there.
This is weird, man.
Mm.
Quite weird.
Mm.
I think that was the extent of my brain power. I might be useless. I can't think of anything else.
You know what? I think this was a bad game to have on stream, especially if I wanted to do banter topics. We're shifting. We're shifting to my backup game, which Adrian will be happy to see, I think.
I do like this game though.
It's
Is it
cool.
Final
Maybe
Fantasy
next-
Fable Chocobo Tales?
No, it is not. Although that is really funny.
Do you even know what that game is?
No, why would I?
I can't believe you. Unbelievable. It's a DS game. You play cards as cute Chocobo characters.
Right. Hopefully,
Cool.
I'd
Charming
actually.
art
I don't
style.
have my. I don't have my preview active. Oh shit! Now it's active. All right, there we go. And then disable preview. All right, welcome to Dorfromantic.
Yay.
Yay! Now we can actually focus on chit chatting. All right.
Oh, you didn't hear they added combat in the latest update for this game.
Oh, they added fucking time dimension puzzles
Yeah.
in the latest update. All right. I'll do that. All right. What the fuck were we talking about?
YouTube famous.
Oh, right. I had
Yeah.
asked the question of like, what is it like? What happens when someone becomes famous? And I think we kind of more or less came to a conclusion to that conversation.
The conclusion is
The conclusion is, yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think the conclusion is that nothing changes. It's just how many eyes are looking at you.
the conclusion is
Survey
4.
says.
4 from the Russian judge.
Okay, what's next? Pressing the button.
Oh,
Spell
it's the would you push the button question that
Yeah,
I
it's a-
had.
Be able to create $5 for every time you snap your finger, but whenever you finish listening to a song, you have to choose to either never listen to that song again, only listen to that song for the rest of your life. This is confusing. So
How is it confusing?
Only, like the first time you ever listen to any music,
No, from the moment that you agree to this, like right now, it is already active. For
This devil's contract.
for the rest of your life, whenever you finish a song, when you finish listening to a song, you either cannot ever listen to that song again, or it's the only song you can ever listen to for the rest of your life.
I just don't think I would press the button.
But as a benefit, every time you snap your fingers, a $5 bill appears in your hand. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The benefit is the snapping the fingers to get the $5. The negative is that it's the thing with the music.
You know, I get it, but music's a real big part of like stuff that I really like. So I would just be like, no, I don't need $5 every single time I
It's
snap.
not. It's not
How-
$5. It's an infinite amount of money that just requires you to snap your fingers.
How long is it
Yes,
going
I
to take the
understand
police to
that.
get suspicious of me repeatedly coming in with mysterious unmarked $5 bills?
It's not mysterious and unmarked. It's a continuity protected.
Continuity protected.
Yep. So it's not like you didn't steal the $5, nothing like that.
Can they be stolen from Jeff Bezos?
That's it. That's technically a different hypothetical.
If they're not stolen from a existing
It is
billionaire.
literally that the money has never existed before. You snap your fingers and suddenly it exists and it's totally fine.
I wouldn't be willing to take it unless the money was directly sourced from existing billionaires. That's my bargain. That's what that's the offer I give to the hypothetical devil. I like the
What?
hypothetical devil.
The hypothetical devil.
He's the one that makes all the hypothetical scenarios, and you have to choose whether to live in them or not. Hypothetically, anyway.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
There we go. And then dwarf. Romantic. There we
I
go.
like to think the hypothetical devil has a very nice office room that or like a drawing room that he invites people in to discuss the hypothetical scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to call it my stream, but sure.
It's now the hypothetical drawing room.
Where all right, Adrian, I need you to draw Gladys as a Porygon Z.
In the hypothetical drawing room?
Porygon
Get it?
Z.
Because it's a hypothetical drawing room.
I'll make a hypothetical drawing.
Oh, that's really good. All right.
Alright.
Well, anywho, Saba apparently doesn't understand the value of $5, so she's a fool.
Sure, I like music a little bit more than $5.
But it's not that you don't like the music. Like, there's a lot of music in the world. You just can't listen to the same song twice, or it's the only song you can ever listen to again.
that still feels like hell to me.
Why?
Not being able to listen to a piece of music more than once.
Like, if I...
Or-
Okay. Hang
You
on.
know,
If I...
that's still. Or
If I accept this deal, right, and I choose to listen to only one piece of music, if I like pass a street buster, are they just gonna be mute to me?
Say it again. Sorry, I was coughing.
So if I accept this deal and I say that I want to listen to Toxic Britney Spears the rest of my life only, if I pass a street busker not doing that, are they just mute to me?
Yes. Like, you understand that there is sound that is supposed to be there, but you cannot hear it.
Do I hear their words,
so
but it sounds
sad.
like text-to-speech for me?
Yes, actually, that was actually the thing I was thinking. That's actually one of the things I was going to bring up, because I was kind of hoping that I would bring this up when Grant was here. But it's just like, yes, essentially the idea is that you'll hear the notes, you'll hear the music, you'll hear the words, but it will all just sound like nothing. In the sense of it just being like, it's not music, it is just its parts.
Does it actually sound like a text-to-speech synthesizer, or just their speaking voice, the person?
It depends on whether or not it's electronic music.
Okay, what if it's a busker just on the street?
Well, then it would just sound like their voice.
Man, can it be either text-to-speech? Can it be like a text-to-speech voice for all of it?
I think that this is within the realm of the initial hypothetical, so I will grant you this wish.
Okay,
You only have-
can the
you only have two
$5
less.
only be from devils? Or sorry, not devils, from billionaires. Same difference.
I wonder if Adrian has a vendetta.
Listen, I support the right for billionaires to get their heads chopped off at the guillotine.
Oh, yes. Mm. Are you sure you want... You only get 3 wishes. Are you sure you want this to be one of your wishes?
Yes, I want to be able to siphon money from billionaires' pockets.
Right, but it's only $5 at a time. I'm pretty sure you'll snap your fingers before they even notice.
That's fine. They don't have to notice.
It's
They
just
probably
it's just
will.
it's just the fact that it's from them that matters to you.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, not necessarily their pockets, but their accounts. They're like their money holdings, whatever. Because I don't know if they carry money on their persons.
I will do one more counter to this, and if we can come to an agreement on this, then yes, I will grant your wish. It
Okay.
will. The $5 will be directly from the bank account of some random billionaire, but
Right.
you will never know which billionaire it is, and it will be random each time.
That's fine.
You're fine with that?
I don't think there's any good billionaires as
Okay.
a moral stance.
Okay. Then your wish has been granted.
Actually, wait, hang on. One more thing. Do trillionaires
What?
do trillionaires count as billionaires?
I mean, is there any trillionaires yet?
If there ever becomes one.
I mean, by definition, no.
Damn it. All right, well, it's too late now, I guess.
But
I'll just have to snap my fingers
luckily-
really fast every day, constantly.
to
stop that pain from happening.
and break your
What
bones.
happens when? Yeah, what happens when you can't snap anymore?
Well, then you just can't do it anymore. You
I'll get
gotta.
cybernetic
Yeah, there we go.
implants.
It's valuable. See, at least for me, the functionality also matters. I'd rather just listen to
I'll get
music.
cybernetic implants to my fingers to make them stronger.
I think I would
Does that
definitely.
count,
I
though?
think I would definitely push. Yeah, it would count. I would
Cybernetic
definitely
implants.
push the button under this circumstance because, like, I couldn't describe to you how many times I would want to just like have $5 at any random time. Like, I'm out like getting food, or I'm out like, I don't know. Well, you know, just like any number of things, and it's like, oh, dude,
I'd be
it'd be
able
really
to
nice.
dual wield snapping. I was tempted to snap all my fingers, and then I realized that's shitty audio, and then Zach did it anyway.
It's not shitty audio. My mic sounds great. It's a funny
It's
thing.
a me, Mario.
It's a me. It's funny to think about because like this hypothetical came from back when I was still watching Northern Lions content because he was doing like a bunch of would you push the buttons type stuff, and I even like sat there and I did the math and I was like, all right, how many times would I have to snap my fingers in order to pay off my student loans? And would I be able to pay them off faster than my interest would accrue? And essentially it was something, I don't remember the specific number, but it was something insane like 200 and something thousand snaps I would have to do like every day. It was like, oh my god. But yeah. All right, cool. I guess the hypothetical. I guess the hypothetical is over since no one else is interested.
I already told you.
Moving
my clauses, and I
on
was like, "That's
to the
fine,
next
yeah."
topic.
Did you hear about they made an entire video game out of $1 million, but
A video game or a board game?
well, not video game. Sorry, card game.
Yeah, the card game from Rooster Teeth.
Yeah, that was an entire card game they made.
Yeah, it was pretty okay.
$1 million, but every time you have $1 million, you shit your pants.
That was just a thing. I think that was just a bit that they did on their podcast, right? It was just something that Gavin would bring up every once in a while, being like, all right, $1 million, but I get to
But-
look at your asshole, and everybody goes like, ha 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 ha, he's so British.
$1 million, but I'm British.
$1 million, but I'm British. Ha ha ha.
$1 million, but a foul stench fills the air.
Most of these probably will be willing to take. Yeah.
Stop.
What
You'd be willing to pay $1 million for Gavin Free to look at your butthole?
I said most of them, Zach. Not
Wait, you'd be
okay,
willing
yeah.
to pay $1 million for that? Like I'm giving $1 million that I don't have to him
no,
for that
get
service?
it. Get $1
Oh, to
million.
You said pay $1 million.
Oh, did I say pay?
Yeah,
Oh, that's pretty.
That's really funny.
that'd be pretty good.
All right. Next hypothetical.
right.
Moving on, since no one likes my ideas.
All right. What if I had a cool sword?
That's stupid.
How would that
Where's
change
yours?
your life?
How would that change my life?
Yeah, what bearing would that have on your existence if the next day I was like, hey guys, look at this picture, I have my new cool sword, and it was a cool sword.
Is this a sword that you have now, or is this a sword you had previously?
This is a sword I gained suddenly. I gained this sword.
I have literally no idea how this would affect my life.
Would you comment on it in Discord and be like, cool, and then like never mention it again unless I brought it up?
I don't know. I'd probably talk about it once or twice on stream and then never bring it up again.
Would you even comment it on Discord if I showed you a picture of me with a sword? Would you even say anything or just ignore it?
I would just say, oh, that's
I think
typical
results.
Adrian, and then
I
move
think
on.
results may vary. It depends on what kind of day I had prior. Did I have a good? Did I have a good day or a bad day?
You had an average day.
So a bad day.
Okay, well, sure.
Given a lot of the topics I've been bringing up recently, I'd be like, why does Adrian get a sword? I want a sword.
Alright, what if the sword genie shows up and he's like, I hear your wish, but to get this sword, you have to, give me $5.
Can I snap my fingers for it?
It depends. Did you accept the other genie's wish?
I said I would, yeah.
Well then, yeah, there you go. You give the sword genie $5 from the hypothetical
See,
devil.
Saba, look at the kind of opportunities that open up when you don't say
I already
no.
have swords.
Yeah, but your swords are dumb.
Wow! Holy
Sure.
shit!
It's
That's
okay.
so
I'm
rude.
sorry. Are your
Well,
swords
let's
from a
do it.
motherfucking genie?
But the
I don't
genie
think it
just goes
matters.
out
You have
to a but the genie goes out to a mall and buys a mall store katana.
And they come
So
back
there you go. So
my
there,
sword's still better.
so there you go. My sword is comparable to Saba's now.
So that means the Saba swords are cool.
Yes.
Great, there we go.
Okay. All right. To know this was an interesting hypothetical. that we
Which would you
discussed.
rather own? A sword or a suit of armor tailored for you?
Ooh.
Is the sword still tailored for us as well?
Yeah, the sword is balanced for you to use.
Oh, I want the sword.
Yeah, I think I want the sword too.
I want the sword just to
Weapons are
look cool.
cool.
I don't plan on using it in combat ever.
I
Or
kind of
what
want a
there's
suit of
lava
armor.
inside the house.
Why the hell would you want a suit of what practical use would you ever have for a motherfucking suit of armor?
Protection.
From what?
Okay, Adrian,
the
it's
elements.
tailored for you, but how many pieces are we talking about? You know how long? that
A
would
lot
take
of
to
them.
actually go- You know how long it would take to put on?
Okay,
you?
what if the suit of armor came with a squire to help you don the suit whenever you wanted to?
So now you just have a slave?
No, he only appears magically to help you put on the suit of armor and then disappears back to his home
I
plane.
still think that would take a while to do.
That's his only purpose in your life. He has his own life, but that's the only purpose in your
no,
life.
No, hold on. How often are you planning on putting on and taking off this suit of armor?
As often as I want to talk to my squire.
He also doubles as a therapist.
Yeah. Well, he has to. It's show up whenever I want to put my
Well,
suit of armor and take
think
it off.
about it. If you could actually technically keep a squire here for as long as you want, you'll just be like, okay, I'm trying to put on this suit of armor, but then you just don't put on one piece of it, and you're just gonna be like, yeah.
You just hold it
staying
over
here.
his head, and he's
So
and
it
he
is a
taunts him with it, and he's
slave.
like,
So it is a slave.
he's a slave that
You can't
only
make
exists
him a
for as
slave.
long as you're putting on or taking off the suit of armor.
Right, you already said that, but then Saba she got you with that gotcha journalism.
Right,
And
but he can't help you with anything other than talking and putting on the suit of armor.
Right, but that's still a slave.
He's a very limited slave.
He still has to follow you around, right? Right? 'Cause
Okay,
you
what if
leave
instead
him
of a
with the suit
slave
of
person,
armor-
it's a robot?
I thought you said it was a squire, so it's a robotic squire?
It's a robot squire, yeah.
It's just going in such
Does
a weird
that
direction.
ease your worries about his rights?
About his rights? Not particularly.
Wow. Let it be known that Zach is pro-robot now.
Were you ever
What?
anti-robot? Zach?
Yeah, but
What, did
say,
you play
when
Detroit
was I
Become
ever
Human?
anti-robot?
When he played Detroit Become Human famously on stream.
Yes, on stream, where I got a world record 6 viewers at once.
Yeah, and you paid David Cage $30 extra because you just like the game that much. Zach, famous Detroit Become Human fan.
I hate this.
But not Detroit Become Human.
Make it stop.
Look, you got a little onion ring of railroad right there.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
I like these.
Onion ring of railroad.
It's a
It
runyon
doesn't
ring.
serve a purpose, but it
Runyon
sure
ring.
is there.
It sure
It's-
do be
no,
there though.
it's a small man-made roller coaster for.
What's in a man-made roller coaster? Wait,
What's
all
in a
roller
man-made?
coasters are man-made.
No, I'm talking about like a backyard roller coaster.
Not the roller coaster of life.
I'm about to say, like, what are you talking about? What roller coaster have you ridden that's not man-made?
The Terran roller coaster that was made by the Terrans.
We are Terrans.
No, the Under-Terrans, the Sub-Terrans.
The Sub-Terrans.
The Subterraneans.
So they don't count as man?
They're not humans.
Right, but they could still be man. Like there are dwarven men.
Right, but they're not humans. Man-made is short for human-made.
They took it, so it's not humane, it's man-made. They took the other half of the word just to make
Yeah.
it more confusing for Zach.
Yeah.
Saba, can we please bring up the next topic?
Okay, Zach's wonderful Nintendo Music license stream.
Oh, so this is one of those ones where I had a dream. And it
Okay,
was-
hypothetical. You get Nintendo Music licensing, but... Sorry, go on.
He's broken. He's broken.
That was a joke for us because that doesn't show up on stream at all.
Yeah.
So
Zach
yeah,
snaps his fingers, give me $5.
so the basic over under of the dream was that Nintendo hired me to be a spokesperson for to be the lead and the lead director of and the spokesperson of their most controversial initiative, which was to make it so that way every YouTube channel that used Nintendo music would get copyright struck. And that was like the job that they hired me to do. But I had completely free reign for how I wanted to like solve this issue. It was just the only criteria was I had to make it so that way people couldn't just use Nintendo music for free anymore. And I was like, okay. And so I thought about it. And so with the typical Nintendo production value type stuff, it was me on the video, and it's like, all right, unfortunately you guys just can't use Nintendo music for free anymore, so what you gotta do now is you gotta buy a license. But guess what? The license is per video game, and it's a 1-year license that only costs $1. So it doesn't matter if it's F-Zero, Mario, Pokemon, Zelda, no matter what, it's $1 for 12 months of free usage. And as a special thank you to our fans, we compiled a list of music that is often used on YouTube, and we found the top 5 songs from the top 5 most famous franchises, most popular franchises, and that is a 25 collection, which is just 100% free. All you have to do is register in order to use it. And
Yeah,
it
that
was
seems really nice.
and it was a really great dream because instead of people being like, what the fuck, I want to use Nintendo music for free, a bunch of people were like, yeah, it's reasonable. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought it was real, and I thought it was a nice dream.
Hello, Lawrence.
Hello.
Hello, Lawrence.
Don't you agree that that seems like a nice dream?
Yeah, super nice stream.
Okay. About free people being allowed to use
Thank you,
Nintendo
Matt.
music.
Thank you, Matters. Matters gave a hard yeah in chat. I don't know. I was thinking because like part of the dream, because I remember like it was weird because the dream started with like it essentially started with, all right, how are we gonna solve this issue? And I was like, all right. And then boom, just hard cut to the video that I just described. But then it was like a retroactive, like how, like making of dream of like how did that video get into production. And it was like me sitting through fucking boring ass meeting after boring ass meeting, discussing with a bunch of stuffy Japanese businessmen of like, all right, we gotta do it like this or else people are gonna fucking riot in the streets. And a bunch of, and all of them were like, no, but we want more money though. And I'm like, shut your fucking mouth. You're making nothing right now.
And then you strangled Shiggy on top of the table to establish dominance.
Which, because I talked about this before on stream, right? I talked about the dream where I disappointed Shigeru Miyamoto.
Maybe, yeah, where you were like on a field trip.
We were on a field
Or
trip and we got
whatever,
left
and, yeah.
behind, and we just so happened to be left behind in the meeting room where Shigeru Miyamoto and a bunch of like the Nintendo creative team came in. And then because
Yeah.
I was like clearing my throat and sitting in the wrong place and stuff like that, Shigeru Miyamoto got mad and had me kicked out, and it was really disappointing. Shigeru Miyamoto was against this music license thing. And I was like, no. Apparently, a reoccurring nightmare, or not a reoccurring nightmare, but a reoccurring portion of my dream is disappointing Shigeru Miyamoto.
You will never receive his approval.
I guess not. It's a really weird recurring element.
So the next thing on the list is technically your...
Before we
Okay,
get
yeah,
there, can I mention something I just saw real fast?
Sure.
This is completely unrelated. So you guys know RuPaul's Drag Race, right?
Yeah.
I know
You guys
of
know
it.
how they don't actually have the best history of working with and representing trans people?
Yes.
Apparently, and I didn't realize this happened because I tried to literally avoid that stuff, but apparently at some point the official Twitter account tweeted out, like, in the 10 years we've been casting Drag Race, the only thing we've ever screened is for charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent, and that will never change. And they posted a flag trying to be, like, supportive and inclusive, and no one knew what the fuck the flag was because it was a lime and then deep green and then yellow flag, which isn't any, like, LGBT plus flag at all. And then someone found out this is the flag that shows up if you search up trains flag because it's a painting of a train's landscape in minimalist.
That's... Okay.
So you're telling me that they spelled it wrong?
Well, it's literally they didn't even put in the effort to Google the trans flag correctly and just put in, oh, trans flag autograph, fine, probably, and then use some random fucking painting.
Well, you know what? You already put it up. But
You
I
gotta-
identify as a train, so I like this flag.
It's not even a flag, it's a painting! It's a minimalist painting. It's
I mean, it could
abstract
be a
art.
flag.
Make it a flag. Let's just elongate it, and then we just say it's a flag.
God. But yeah, no. I'm just like, I haven't really liked RuPaul since its inception, and I'm not surprised, but I am, entertained at least.
Quite interesting.
I watched a little bit of The Masked Singer yesterday, which is normally the type of content that makes me retch, but my mom really likes it, and I almost spend zero time with my mom, so I was like, okay, I'll bear with it for a hot minute. My 8th copy of Skyrim, Adrian.
What?
Sorry. It was really strange because it's like, obviously it's just another like reality game show, like singing competition, right? Like we've had a million of those in the US at this point. And so it was like, I was wondering why this one was any different. And to be honest, it really isn't. It's basically just the same thing again. But then a lot of people really get attached to like the fictional characters that are being portrayed by the people who are in the suits, right? Because it's like, I was watching it and mom was going nuts because like Seashell and Clam were on the chopping block that week, and one or both of them was gonna get voted off, and she was talking about them like they were like real people with like history and stuff like that, because obviously they had been on the show for like a few episodes at that point. And it was just fascinating listening to her because she sounded like a crazy person, but it wasn't that she was crazy, it was just that, that's how you refer to these characters, I guess. And it's just like, I don't know, it was interesting. I'm never gonna watch it again because like it was awful, but it was still interesting. It was interesting like a car. It was interesting like a car crash.
Like I'm
I watch
watching
it
a
all the
car crash in
time.
slow motion.
Totally
It's like I'm
fine, by the
watching
way. I want to make that
slow
perfectly clear. It is totally fine for you to watch content that I don't like. It's just for me, it physically harms me.
Yeah, like
he
how
has
Saba
it
likes
every time.
Naruto.
Like exactly, like Saba. Every time
And how Zach
Saba,
likes JoJo.
right? But JoJo's good.
Yeah, Naruto's also good.
No,
I've
no, no, no,
covered
no,
by
no,
the
no. Listen.
whole conversation
No, no, no,
yesterday.
no, no, listen, you don't understand. And I understand that you don't understand because you're the type of person that likes Naruto. But let me explain this to you real slow.
Wow, how many insults can Zach sneak
Oh,
in
no.
here real quick?
I'm
Like,
working on
what's
it.
what's
If you
Zach's
didn't
like
fucking- if
highest
you didn't-
insults per sentence?
If you didn't
definitely on the low end.
fucking combo break me, I could have went for my personal record.
Zach's personal weapon of max insults per second to Saba.
Well, it's
Or in
it's
general.
what I live with daily, you know.
All right, listen. Everybody shut up.
Look fat, listen fat.
Look fat, listen fat. Look
That's just a
nerd.
bunch of stuff.
Did you just call me fat too, Zach? Is this what this is?
You call me fat all the time, so fuck you.
No more
Oh, really?
questions. Question denied. No off-topic questions because I don't want to.
But I mean,
You've been
on a legit
You've
on a
been
le-
stopped.
on a legit note, I think from the conversation that you guys had yesterday, where you were all very emphatically talking about Naruto, I think the conclusion that I came to was that Naruto is probably good. It is just, it's a stew with some really nice, like, marinated, like, beef and pork in it, with, like, some nice vegetables. But it's, like, loose. It's like a loose stew, if that makes sense, where there's, like, a lot of broth. There's, like, way too much broth. Like, way too much fucking broth.
I mean, I
Like,
understand.
oh
this
my
idea
god,
of,
Saba,
like,
stop trying to get me to drink this fucking broth.
No, I get it, because like Naruto's one of those, like, you know, the original, like almost like One Piece or Bleach, where there's like a ton.
It's hyper
and there's, like,
shonen.
it's just huge in general. But yeah, then that's why I'm like, you know what? If you just want the overall gist of it, just watch to the 12th episode, and then that's it.
I told you
And
I
be
would,
satisfied.
and then you're still like, oh, well, Zach hates JoJo, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yes, famously, Zach despises JoJo, his least favorite piece of media ever.
Always talking about how much he hates JoJo.
I've never heard anyone hate JoJo more.
Yeah.
Hello, stream. It's just you and me now. I'm deafened myself, so I can. I parachuted myself out of that conversation. Yes. Hi, Matters. I do. Don't laugh. I do like JoJo. I watch it. I watched it. I'm really excited for season 6. Well, I think it's season 6, part 6. And then I also read all of the manga, plus some of the bonus shit. JoJo's good. JoJo's great. All right, I should probably go back in.
Committed to heresy, and he's a
Unless
toning
you try to find
person.
it, I'm gonna deafen myself to find this.
No, Zach hates JoJo. No, come on.
Let it be known.
You did this. You brought this upon yourself.
I was so fucking flabbergasted, or not flabbergasted. I was flummoxed. I was trying to meet Saba halfway, and she refuses to let me meet her halfway. Like Saba is that type of person where I'm like, all right, listen, we're both like kind of wrong here, and Saba's like, no, but Naruto's good though, and I'm like, no, it's pretty okay.
I think I can. Ladies and gents, I will clip it.
I can't believe. I'm so upset. Thank
Ladies
Christ,
and
thank
gents,
Christ
you
Grant's
got him.
not here. I'd be devastated if Grant was here and used this against me.
I'm sending it to him immediately.
You're a fucking bitch. I hate you. I'm so
and
embarrassed.
you hate
I'm like,
JoJo.
Almost as much as you hate JoJo.
I'm like flush. Like I'm really glad I don't. I'm glad I don't have a camera because like I'm like beat red right now. I'm so embarrassed.
Well, the truth comes out. Zach hates JoJo, and Saba, famous JoJo stan, can't believe it.
famous JoJo stan.
This world has turned upside down.
I love the idea of Saba being the JoJo like evangelist. You know what? This is actually a good time to talk about it because I remember one of the more caustic things that I said. Like it was really weird because give me a second. It's gonna take me a minute to get there. But back during that first period of time where I broke up with Malia, I remember I was talking with Terrence and I was just like venting a bunch of anger essentially. And one of the things I said, and it shocked me despite meaning literally nothing to nobody, because one of the things that Malia and I bonded over early was was JoJo. And it was like the whole thing where like obviously I'm super into JoJo and she was more of just like a passing fan, and in my mind it was the worst insult I had ever given somebody at that point, where I was like, she wasn't even a real JoJo's fan.
Wow.
And it was really weird because like I knew logically that meant nothing, but it was the first time in a very long time that I said an insult and it hurt me to say.
Was she even there for that?
No, we had
Sorry.
broken
I
up.
assume not.
Come back.
So
Come
you
back.
literally
There
just
it
like
is.
loaded a gun, aimed at the wall, shot it, and it bounced off and hit you in the leg.
No. It's more along the lines of I loaded a gun and I shot it, and then the barrel peeled open like a banana peel.
You loaded a gun and like taped a picture of Malia's face punching bag and shot the punching bag. Punching bag's filled with an iron lining and just bounced back and hit you in the leg. And you're like, ah, how could this happen?
How could this happen?
Who could have anticipated something like this?
Sec, I'm going to go now.
Saba, you're a
JoJo.
fucking asshole. You know what? You're banned. Get out of here.
Oh my god.
I'm so upset. She's not letting me
Spread the
recover.
Spread the clip.
No! I can delete this motherfucking clip. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Where is it, you son of a bitch? Videos, clips, manage clips, all clips,
Delete all clips.
clips
I
of my
can't.
channel. There it is.
No.
There it is. Delete it. Oh no, it's gone. The clip no,
No.
longer exists. Man, how crazy. All right. No. Why are Lawrence? Lawrence, you're also betraying me
I've been trying to do this from the start.
to betray me.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, look, the clip is now blank. How awful. Although I guess you could just get it again. Shit.
As long as the VOD exists, we can get it again.
I'll fucking obliterate this VOD. Saba, come back. Come back in. Oh, God.
Well, we learned some pretty big secrets from Zach today.
It's like, this is like the Aaron Hansen admitting that he loves
I can't
Sonic.
keep that. Come on.
What?
Are we sure we can't keep that clip? It's great.
I already deleted it.
This is a good clip.
Just grab it again.
Quick, okay? It's for comedy.
Right, but now but you.
Zach, you bully me enough. It's for comedy, okay? Let's
I
give
don't
it to me, okay?
bully.
Oh, I never bullied in my life.
Is that your Zach impression? I'm Zach! I'm that Boo Misa Nestra voice!
Okay, please, okay? This is for comedy, okay?
See, Saba's bullying me.
It's for comedy.
Oh, I'm choking.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen to you guys as you play. Just let me get this clip. I just
Can we
comedy's
do
sake.
Can we do the next banter topic, please?
Alright, next batch topic is fucking Ligma.
Ligma nuts.
Nice.
Stop blowing out your mic. Oh my god. Like
It's audio stimuli.
it's just really funny because obviously, like, you know, Adrian's like his own guy and he does his own thing, but it's just like I like the three of us have, like, Lawrence, myself, and Saba all have like pretty decent like boom mics at this point, and so it's like our audio quality has like a lot of built-in tech to make sure that we don't blow it out. And then there's Adrian with his like Turtle Beach headset where he's just like, yo, just blows out his mic.
Well, time to join the crowd. Let's go, Adrian.
Yeah!
Let's go.
I hate everything. Oh, I got a boat!
Oh boy.
No, but seriously, what's the next banter topic?
All right, let me see. Let me see.
What was the last one we talked about?
You hating JoJo was the last one.
Zach is going to mute Lawrence.
I'll do a fucking solo show. I'll do it. I've done it
Okay.
before.
Okay, I have it again. This is for comedy's sake. I'll just leave it in general.
Okay, you wanted to talk about...
You know what?
That was very nice.
You
I
know
got a good
what?
laugh
I'm
out of it.
fine. I recovered. It's okay. It is really funny. I'm over.
there you go.
I am mostly over my embarrassment, so I won't be deleting this one. However,
red has
Saba
disappeared.
is no longer my mod.
The price has been paid.
The blood debt must be collected.
You wanted to talk about, Grant and that YouTube channel with the ugly visuals but great content, which I said sounds like a Harry Potter book.
Oh, that's funny. So this one actually I can't really talk about without Grant because there was a YouTube channel that Grant really enjoys and he shared with me a few times and unfortunately I still can't remember the name of it. But it's like interesting factoid type stuff, but the art style is fucking hideous and I hate the way that the guy talks when he does the videos, but the subject matter that he covers is really fascinating. So essentially, next time Grant is on stream, I wanted to propose to him, like, hey, what if every once in a while you would come in to stream with the banter topic of like, oh, this is a thing that's interesting, because I don't know, I find it more bearable to listen to Grant than to listen to the YouTube guy.
Wow. Maybe we can get Grant to shift towards here.
Sorry?
And you can share that banter topic. Let's get Grant to shift here.
No, we're not bringing that up. We're not doing that. We already talked about it, me and Adrian Lawrence.
Oh, have you today?
Yeah, we did.
Ah, darn.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up,
what-
Everybody hold up. We gotta pick our houses.
Oh,
Oh
fantastic.
gosh, I don't know why I stopped watching stream apparently, but I'm back.
Adrian wants this one because he wants to be next to Trax.
Not the fucking dingy donut track.
That one's
I thought it was an
Adrian's.
What the fuck?
I
This
want,
track sucks, I hate it.
that's Adrian's. I want this one in the middle of the island so that way when it floods, I die. And then Lawrence will live in these 5 houses and he'll go horrifically into debt and Saba will
Yes.
live on this one boat.
Oh, Saba's gonna be a sailor?
Yeah.
Yo ho.
Dude, but isn't it Lawrence's dream to be a pirate?
1 second.
It's true.
There we go. I think he was so disappointed about not being a pirate, he just, I'm sorry, Lawrence. I
Evaporated.
can't. It's not my choice to become a pirate. Zach made
It's
me.
the Kid's
into a
Choice
pirate.
Award.
By the way, Zach, the next topic is the shonen topic, and I was like, I don't know. Did you want to get into that, or did you want to wait till like more people were here for that topic?
I mean, we could probably sit on it, just because it's like the topic was more along the lines of like just analyzing what we had discussed and running it by other people to see whether or not it made sense.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah, I
I
can
definitely
agree
agree
with
with you when it seems like a topic that is more prone or more apt for a larger number of people.
Okay. In that
you know
case,
Yes,
when's the
Adrian?
last time you saw through someone trying to deceive you?
Earlier when Saba said that she doesn't bully me.
Okay. I don't know if that counts, but sure.
It does.
so next topic.
Wait, why'd you bring that up, Adrian? Is that it?
Because I recently had that, and I was like, I've seen through someone else's trying to actively deceive me in a long time, because people don't generally try to actively deceive me or others in general.
Yeah, no, people
I
are
think
just
that's pretty
outwardly
reasonable.
hostile to me if they want to.
The reason
They're
I
bad.
said this was because, like, apropos of nothing at the time, my mom just texted me, it's like, hey, do you want a bike? And I was like, no. And then later on, she asked again when we were picking up Panda. She's like, "Hey, do you want a bike?" And I was like, "No," and also why? And she was like, "Oh, I thought you wanted to get out." And I was like, "I don't. And if I did, I just walked to the park right next to our house." And she was like, "I don't know. You could use a bike." And then I realized it when I was taking out the trash that day. We got in Foster's. One of them has a bike in the garage. And if I had a bike, she would definitely be trying to get me to chaperone that kid with my own bike as well. And that's literally like, oh, this was just deception to try to get me to say yes to a gift so that I could have it forced to be used against me.
That is literally deception, huh?
Yeah.
Quite so.
Okay. Next banter topic, I guess we can go to. Should I just skip Terrence's?
Terrence
He's
isn't
not
here,
here.
so yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. Do kids ever accidentally call their male teacher's dad?
So I talked about this with, it was either Grant or Lawrence. I can't
You
remember.
definitely talked it with me.
Okay, so it was definitely you then. But it's just like, yeah, I don't know. Because I was thinking about it, because, I didn't mention this to you, Lawrence, but the reason why this thought occurred to me in the first place was because my nephew was all embarrassed because he accidentally called his homeroom teacher mom the other day. And he was all embarrassed, and I was like, dude, that's totally fine. Like, people do that all the time. And he's like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah. And then I just got to thinking about it, and I was like, I wonder if kids ever call their male teacher's dad.
I don't know how many. What range of school?
Any
College students.
Yeah, college
College
students.
student. I think you'll casually hear people in a joking way say dad, but I'm assuming you're talking about like it's just like a
I'm
slip
obviously
up
talking
almost.
about like elementary, early middle school type stuff, right?
Okay.
You know, and because that's where kids will accidentally call their teacher mom and stuff, and it's like I don't know, because Lawrence and I talked about it, and we posited that maybe it has something to do with the idea of wanting to be affectionate towards a maternal figure as opposed to being a paternal figure where you're supposed to just be stoic.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It was just an interesting thought.
What if you call your female teacher dad?
Only if they're very masculine.
What if you call your female teacher uncle?
That's I don't know how far.
Well, then
What if
they're
your female teacher is just ripped?
hell yeah.
Dude, I wish my science teacher was ripped. She was an old lady, though.
Old lady ripped teacher.
Well, I mean, I wish she was ripped instead of being an old lady.
Why
Oh,
not both?
why exactly?
Because she hated me.
Oh,
Oh no.
I think I talked about it before, but I don't know. A lot of kids attest to this sort of thing, but I remember going through like elementary, middle, and high school. I had quite a few teachers whose names directly reflected like either a part of their life or the subject that they taught. And I'm sure I already talked about this on stream, so I won't go through the whole thing. But I don't know. The one that always just sticks out in my mind was that my favorite science teacher's name was Miss Adams.
Nice.
And I always thought that, like, man, that's
Nice.
funny.
What if all teachers had to change their name so that it fit the subject that they were teaching?
In
Is
what
there any
way?
is there any
Like,
subjects
literally
that
just be
wouldn't
called
work
art?
for?
Math, or did you mean like parabola or like X or dude?
X is like a fucking
X would be
anime
cool.
character's name.
Mr.
that's
X.
cool. Mr. Y. I think math would just sound
Call me
like
Professor X.
Well,
Yeah,
no, because there's a
I
lot
think
of
math
there's
would just
a
sound like spies.
well, no, there's a lot of well, they'll sound like spies, but there's a lot of like theorems and stuff in math, even early math. So it'd be like, I don't know, you'd have like Mr. Pyth, right? Like not the whole
Yeah.
thing, it would just be Mr. Pyth, and it's like, oh yeah, he's the math teacher. And then you wouldn't think about it for 6 years until after you graduated college, and you'd be like, wait a minute, that's really weird.
Yeah.
I mean, that might not actually not well. If you were to, let's say, they were forced to be changed, but at least there seems to actually be a more decent variety within each subject that you could draw names from, or even like science A lot of different stuff in science, music, a lot of different stuff in music.
It's true.
I think that'd be
I'm
fun.
Mr. Saxophone.
Mr. Saxophone. Mr.
Well, I'm about to
I'm
say,
Mrs.
like, how
A
many
minor.
Mrs. A minor? Ooh, I don't like that name.
I don't
Uh,
like that.
Yeah, I don't want a minor teaching me.
There,
'cause I'm
I don't
sad all the
want to.
time.
I don't want a minor teaching me music because they're supposed to be underground.
Look at all the jokes. Pretty good.
We have fun here.
We're comedy geniuses.
I'd like
Exactly.
To think
I've
so,
always
yeah.
I've always said this about us.
We have such hits as
Or it's like, oh my gosh, home ec, just like basic foods would be the name.
Mr.
Like
Home Ec.
no, just like Mr. Baguette.
Mr. Baguette.
That's like one of my OCs. Just Mr.
Or-
Mr. Baguette.
Remember, like
Yum.
like teachers like for language, just like Miss Paris, because she's a
Miss
French teacher.
Paris. Did I have... Wait, do I have a teacher that's like Miss English?
Well,
I don't
English.
remember.
because
Miss Flag. I don't know, Miss.
Miss Flag.
I mentioned it before, but it doesn't necessarily always need to be about their subject either. By the way, because like my English teacher, he had like a horrible cleft lip, and he got that from an accident where it had just snowed like the week prior, and he was on his motorcycle and lost control, and he went over the embankment and like slammed his face on the security rail. And his
Ouch.
name was Mr. Banks.
wow.
And it's like,
Wow.
so fate just did that to you, huh?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Poor
No.
fate.
Look, the river and the rail have finally been joined.
It's so long.
Like,
So is the river.
why? Thank you.
Okay, let me see what we got next.
Moving
Time
on
Cube.
already.
Yeah,
What was it?
Cube?
Time Cube.
Oh
Question
God.
mark?
Okay, so Time Cube is a rough thing to talk about because it's mostly just making fun of a mentally challenged old man.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Are
So
we about to get canceled over this?
we probably shouldn't. We should be okay. But like the basic over under is that it was there's that YouTube series or that YouTube series called Down the Rabbit Hole that I watch every once in a while, and one of the episodes was dedicated to the Time Cube, and basically it was just this crazy old man. He was like a former veteran and stuff like that, and he had this theory. So I want you to imagine this in your mind. He claims that there are not 24 time zones. He's like, listen, it only makes sense for there to be 4 regions of the Earth and 4 time zones. And it's like, okay. And so he's like, all right, half the planet is always lit and half the planet is always dark, right? More or less. He claims that the height of midnight and noon are 2 different time zones, and then the moment of sunrise and the moment of sunset are 2 other time zones. So he's basically claiming that there's only 4 time zones, which are those 4 periods of time, which, given the theoretical position of the planet, would make like 4 points on the globe that are constantly like spinning and wobbling, right? It's hard to describe, but he started gaining an online following mostly because of the way that he defended his time cube theory, because he would just go on fucking inane rambling things about just like, Well, listen, they want to keep you from the time cube because if you don't believe in the time cube, they can't control you with their time zones. And if you believe in the time cube, you'll be able to get into the time zone that you're in, and you'll be able to truly start living the life that the time cube wants you to have. And like, he would go on and on and on and on for like an hour, for as long as anybody would be listening. He would just keep going. And he was so fervent and excited about the time cube that it truly seemed like he was, you know, like he believed it to be true. So
Right.
how does this get complicated, or how does this become something that we might get canceled over? Essentially, like, you know, because universities are kind of beholden to their students sometimes, people made a big joke about like, oh dude, this guy thinks he's a scientist, let's invite him to the campus and we'll invite him to like speak and stuff like that, right? And the first time he got invited to a university like lecture, like guest lecture series, the entire auditorium, massive auditorium, full of people, and every time the guy fucking opened his mouth, they were cheering. And he thought it's because they truly believed in Time Cube, when obviously they were actually just being like, dude, this guy is insane, I love him. And they even have it in the video, but that was where he decided to unveil the second phase of Time Cube theory.
Oh my goodness.
Which the second phase of Time Cube theory is that, so keep in mind, the 4 periods of time can be represented by like points on more or less a circle around the globe, right? Which then leaves 2 more points on the very top and very bottom that will constantly like wobble around, right? So now there's 6 points. And he says that that essentially means that the Earth is actually a cube, and you can divide the Earth into 6 faces with like 1 predominant landmass each, and he like draws it on like a napkin and holds it up in front of this auditorium full of like 1 million people so no one can see. And he was like, yeah, so what we need to do is we need to take the 6 primary races on Earth and force them onto their individual continents.
Oh,
And
boy.
immediately the auditorium falls silent. But he takes this as a, oh my goodness, they're like dumbstruck.
Like shock and awe moment.
Right, like shock and awe. So he keeps going. And I want you to take a wild guess what he thinks the 6 primary races are.
Air, earth, fire, water,
The primary
ether, and
races.
fig.
Aether and Fig.
Ether and Fig.
Yeah.
The basic over-under was that he took a lot of, like, there was no, like, in his eyes, there was no Chinese, there was no Japanese, there was no, like, all these other things. And to be honest, those are, you know, ethnicities, technically. But he was just like, yeah, Asian. Just across the board.
Ooh.
Right? And he was, and do you want to know where he wanted to put the Asians? He wanted to put them in Australia.
Why?
I'll get to that. So he then goes, like, obviously white and black are 2 other ones, and then there was German, which is its own race for some reason, which I kind of can assume why he thought it was its own race. There was that, and then there was Native American, which he called Native American, which was very progressive of him.
Oh,
Weirdly, yes.
Right? Like, compared to the other stuff that he was talking about, there was, like, why is that? And then there was Mexican, which also included people in Spain. Right?
Oh dear.
So he identifies the 6 quote unquote primary races, and he's like, all right, we're gonna divide them into their proper continents. And he's like, so all the Asians are gonna go to Australia, all of the blacks are gonna go to Asia. Sure. All the Germans are gonna go to Africa. All the whites are gonna go to Europe. All the Native Americans are gonna go to North America, and all the Mexicans are gonna go to South America.
Still don't understand how he linked these together.
Because he's insane.
Yeah.
Like, literally,
Was
like,
that the reason you were assuming?
what do you mean?
You said earlier you could assume why he thought German was his own race.
Well, I
Is the
assumed that
reason?
I assumed that he thought German was his own race because he was a white supremacist,
Oh well,
right? Like that's
like
why
an Aryan. Yeah.
But then also, why then Mexicans?
I don't
Like
know.
South Americans? I don't.
I don't
Well,
know.
clearly a white.
What
like,
war
sure,
did
he's
this
a
guy
white
fight in?
supremacist, but he's like
What
you said,
war
white
did he
and
fight in? I
Germans
think
are
it was
separate.
Vietnam.
Oh god.
I think we can also just go with Zach's theory of he's insane.
Well,
as
it's
the
not even a
reason.
theory. It's like like it was one of, like I might be conflating two different people, unfortunately, but like I believe this was the guy who like was supposed to be going to like post-traumatic therapy or whatever, but then his therapist got sick and tired of listening to his ramblings, so they basically were just like, yeah, keep a online journal and I'll check on it every once in a while and let you know if there's something we need to talk about. And then that was his blog, where like if you go to the early pages of his blog, it was just like him talking about like what he did that day, which seemed to help him, I guess, in some capacity. But then it starts devolving into the time cube theory, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like,
I mean, it was also people's. It wasn't good that they encouraged the behavior. You know, they're like, let's get him onto campuses because he's a hoot and he's insane.
because he's a fucking crazy person. And like you're right in that like they definitely shouldn't have egged him on per se, but like also he's still crazy. Like
Right,
it was
but I'm wondering if he could have been
it was
less
just the
crazy.
moment because like the same moment that struck all the the kids in the auditorium struck me when I was watching the video, because at first I was like, oh, like obviously time cube has like nothing to do with anything, but it's like kind of an the earth cube theory. Obviously time cube doesn't really tie into anything scientific at all, but at least it's like kind of an interesting theory. And then he drops the fucking nuclear explosion of like, we should separate the races, and I'm like, oh, okay, we're done. Good night, everybody. Like, Jesus Christ.
How long did he continue the speech before, or like did
He
anyone
had
even try to stop him?
he went for the entire 3 hours.
Oh my
even
God.
even after like 90% of the auditorium had cleared out, he was still like just as hard as he was going, like giving the lecture.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like that's a nice conclusion to.
What? No one had anything. No one had anything that they wanted to say about Time Cube.
I mean, this guy's like obviously mentally not all there, old crazy veteran. Like,
And then, I don't know, man. It's just a weird piece of like internet history, I guess, because like prior to that, and then even after that, surprise, surprise, a bunch of people were, still really into it. Like there was the second half of the video was really interesting because there was this one kid who he was like I want to say he was like 16 or something like that. He became like the second primary evangelist of time cube theory. And it was and this was like after the speech and stuff like that, right? And this kid downplayed the racial stuff and he was just focusing on the quote unquote science of time cube. And he gets to this point where he charters a flight to go visit the old guy, and he was like recording video for like a live stream, and obviously it's like really shit quality video, but it was fascinating because like the kid kept trying to talk about time cube, like discussing time cube with like his idol, but all the old guy wanted to talk about was like his family that he hadn't seen in like a decade, and like how he had 2 daughters but they don't pick up his calls anymore. And so it's like, oh, so clearly the guy's just like really lonely and really disappointed in what his life has become. And then like even with all this, the kid was still like, yeah, but what about time cube? And it's like, all right, this is weird.
Yeah, that's a bit because it's
I-
somewhat like seeing someone suffer in front of you, but it's like you can't even see that. I mean,
looked
obviously
it
the
up.
whole thing is a mess, but It's,
I looked it up and I just thought it was really funny how apparently when he was still on the campus, he offered between $1,000 to $10,000 to anyone who proved wrong, and no one attempted on 2 counts. 1, it would include having to convince him he was wrong, and 2, he was probably broke.
I do remember this from the video, yeah. But yeah, that's Time Cube. That's
Okay,
Time Cube, baby.
That's
I'm
how
probably
you
gonna
do.
have to go get some munchies right now, but actually the next one, I don't think we talked about this, but Adrian, it's the Minecraft whole class?
I already talked about this. I had a
You
dream
did?
about it. Yeah.
There is still the thing on there, but you're right, there's still a Edgeworth on shifting.
talked
too.
about
I
that
guess we
dream.
skip over
Did
that.
we talk about it?
Yeah, I told you I had a dream where like I was trying to relate to the youngsters, and they were like, "No, you have to relate to Minecraft. Use Minecraft terminology."
Oh, I didn't realize that was the same thing. What did that
Yeah,
have to
it's
do
the
with
same thing.
hole?
Because while I was giving the speech, a giant section of the floor like just shifted and like
Oh,
a
okay,
circular hole
that's
cut out of the floor started descending.
that part I
Lawrence,
didn't
can you
remember.
kick off from like there and see what's next?
It was very nerve-wracking while giving a
Minecraft
speech
hole,
while
sure.
a giant
Yeah, I'm
round
gonna
section
go
of the hole
get
just
some munchies.
descends,
Munch, munch, munch.
and you don't even know where it's going. I feel like I remember getting hotter and hotter as the speech was going on because it kept getting lower and lower, where like closer to like the Earth's core or some shit.
Closer to the Earth's core. I mean, yeah, yeah.
That was probably
okay.
just me overheating my blanket, but
Oh, that's really good. All right.
anyways,
Right.
Lawrence.
Shifting
Our
or
goal by
quantum
the
jumping
our
is
goal
not-
by the way is to finish all of these banter topics so that way come next Friday when we open up with, because next Friday we're playing fucking Pokemon Snap.
Snap.
We're fucking clean. Like we're good. All right.
All right. So, next banter idea. This one is not marked off yet. This is shifting or quantum jumping.
We already talked about this the other day.
Did I not? I'm pretty sure I marked it,
It's
didn't
not-
I?
it's-
You marked
It's-
it that we
it's
need to
still
discuss. You didn't unmark it that we finished discussing it.
How
Therefore,
high,
we
how
must
high is
discuss.
that? Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's
Uh,
above.
Sports
It's
Anime
above homosexual.
Yeah.
Time. Oh yeah, I didn't mark it off. Whole class,
Alright.
Time Cube, Grant's thing, which we need to talk about. He Who Button's Good, which is also Grant. There's the Shonen discussion, which we're saving. Is Yu-Gi-Oh! A Shonen, which is the same thing. Naruto writing, Zach's Wonderful Dream. Would you push the button? Which we didn't ask Lawrence about his whether or not you would push the button.
Where
Would you push the button if
I'm
it made a
gonna
noise?
post the text in on air so you can just read it from there.
If you had a button and it made a funny noise, would you push it?
If I had it, yes.
Okay, but what if the funny noise is a fart sound?
Yes. Push it more.
What if you were in the middle of Times Square and like everyone was like staring at it and there was this big like velvet rope and no one wanted to go near it and there was like, oh, I wonder what it does. Would you press it then?
Yes.
If you knew what it did?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be the funniest shit. Are you kidding? In the middle
You-
of Times Square?
You're in Times Square. There's like a big like velvet roped off area with just like an ivory pedestal with a button on top of it. That's like a golden red button, and you are the only one who knows for sure the present. It just makes a fart sound, but there are people staring like that looks important. Like, I wonder if there's like a film thing or like a what is the thing? I don't want to press it like. And there's like a couple of rubberneckers just staring
I
curiously
have
at it.
already pushed the button.
You push it and it makes a fart sound, and people are like, oh. And then they leave. But then, like 30 minutes later, an entire new group of Americans that still doesn't know what to do. They're looking at it now. Do you go and press it again?
Now I have to press it again. Well, no. Like,
Do
what?
you just
Coward.
leave and go on your day
Yeah.
and just let people continue to wonder what the hell this button does?
Yeah, there'll probably
Leave
be
it a
another
mystery.
Zach that comes by and presses the button.
That's Lawrence. He also
Yes.
pushes it.
Oh, see, there you go. We did our business.
Yeah, you contributed your part, sharing this knowledge that this button makes a funny fart sound.
Yeah.
And the cycle must continue.
Lawrence,
Life
you didn't
goes
see
on.
did you see the
No, yeah, I was just waiting until this farting button talk was done. Let's see. Be able to create a $5 bill every time you snap your fingers. That's pretty good. but whenever you finish listening to a song, you have to choose to either never listen to that song again, or listen to that song for the rest of your life.
So
First
keep,
of all,
keep in mind this is not either or. It's both or neither.
right. But is this a monkey's paw thing where the $5 that I get?
We already discussed this. It's a legit dollar. There's no catch to it. It's just a $5 bill. Adrian even was granted the wish of it being directly siphoned from a billionaire's bank account.
Perfect. Huh. I guess I guess this is more of a question of, is there a song that I would listen to for the rest of my life? Or never listen to it, or
Cause like Saba didn't really give much thought to this, which I expected. And it's like, what if you just found a song, like it qualified as one song, but it was just like a mixed, mushed, like no break version of all of your favorite music. You know,
that counts.
it's one song, sure, why not?
Is it one song or is it just multiple songs?
If
just,
it doesn't,
mixed together.
if it doesn't stop, and if it's all called one song, then sure, why not?
Oh well, hell yeah, absolutely. I'd press the button then.
All right, I've tricked you.
Oh no. How so?
You absolute fool,
Why?
because it does not count, and I have actually tricked you to take the curse from me.
No. Oh no. I need tissue to cry on.
You snap your fingers to get a $5 bill and wipe your eyes with it.
Yeah. Why are my tears on that? Like,
Get
oh
paper cuts
no,
in your
what
eyes.
can I do now?
Paper cuts.
Paper.
Yeah, on your eyeballs.
Man, that would be pretty painful. I think either way, I would totally press the button.
It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. $5 every time you snap your fingers. Snapping your fingers is one of the easiest things you can do.
Think of like because like obviously when I first thought about this and was contemplating it, one of the first things that came up was obviously fucking student loans, and I was like, dude, it's like you know, it's a lot of snapping my fingers, but at least it's something.
Yeah. At least you're getting money.
Like think of it this way, right? If you snap your fingers 6 times every hour, you are earning $30 an hour.
Yeah, that's way more than minimum wage.
Right? Like, could you just think of that? That's insane. And like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Like, the worst thing is that I don't get to listen to too many different things in music. Like the Nintendo compilations that I listen to, those are multiple songs, right? But if I use some of the money that I get to be like, hey guy, I want you to do a new remix of this Nintendo song.
Yeah.
Not only am I supporting a creator that I really enjoy, but now I get to listen to that song again, only slightly remixed this time.
Yeah. And there's tons of songs that you can listen to.
I was say there's
And
so
you can,
much music. There's so much music and so little $5.
Yes.
Until you can't snap your fingers, you underestimate how much I like music. Right, but I also overestimated your financial sensibilities. I have a bridge to sell you, Saba. Do you want it?
Man, but what if my favorite song is a song that makes all of your forefingers break in half?
That's a weird song.
It's a very powerful song.
But yes, I
It's
don't
the
think anybody
only-
can argue with that.
It's the only known magical song in the entire world.
That's an incredible song.
And the effect is that it makes your forefingers both snap in half.
Maybe lol, I'm pretty frugal to the point that it can become an issue for me. Frugal, that is. Oh, fungal. Or fugal. I mean, but being frugal would mean that you would want the $5. Because that's kind of what frugal means. Frugal means that you're money-minded. Anywho.
Or,
all right.
or like honey-minded, am I right, lads?
Additional questions. what if you're playing a game and
We are.
the song, like, yeah, but then the song just repeats itself? Does that count as one song?
So we talked about this, right?
Okay.
Well, not this one in particular. Not not this. Like if the song, like essentially, if on the video game's OST, if the music is only 3 minutes long, but it loops in the video game, essentially, if you didn't choose for that to be the one song that you can listen to for the rest of your life, that the next time you hear it, you still hear it. Like it sounds like something, but it is just no longer music. It is like the basic parts. Right? Like think of like a cake.
Noise?
Well, think of like a cake, right? If you separate a cake's, like if you somehow metaphysically break down a cake's physical parts and it just becomes like sugar, flour, egg, and milk, you know what I mean? Though that is no longer a cake. Those are the parts of a cake. So if you didn't choose for the song to be the only song that you ever listen to ever again, it's no longer a song. It is the basic parts of a song.
I
Life would
don't
be so
know if it
depressing.
translates that well,
To what do you mean?
because songs are just noise, but done in a certain way, which is pretty nice.
Right. Just think of
But then, like-
I guess
But
think
like
of it
ripping it apart
like
so that
think
it's
of it like
just noise, it's
dissociative.
still noise.
Think of it like dissociative disorder. Right? Where it's just like you're hearing it, but you no longer attribute that to being music. Like you don't get the same thing from it.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
What if you make music? Would this deal be pretty good?
It's true. As long as you just keep being like, yeah, this is a different song. Oh, look. Oh, look at these trains.
Oh, it's a high-speed chase.
It's a good thing that every single train in Dorfromantic is a ghost train.
Ghost train.
The ghost train. Oh my god, do you know that reference?
No? Is it a reference?
Oh, it's a Kingdom Hearts reference.
Oh, no.
There's a part where they're visiting the 7 wonders of a town, and one of them is a ghost train that only shows up sometimes, doesn't take any passengers, just passes by, and it looks really goofy.
Okay.
And then the meme is that there's a guy who says it really intensely for no reason, and they're like, "Hey, we're checking out the 7 wonders." I was like, "Oh, you're checking out the ghost train, are you?" And it's like, yeah. It's like, well, the ghost train is supposed to come by here once in a while. It's like, okay, what do you know about it? It's like, well, I know that the ghost train, and that's like the
Does a
thing.
camera zoom in every time he says that?
Yeah,
It's like
it
squinting.
feels like it. The ghost. So I hear you're looking for the ghost train. It's like, yeah. Why do you keep saying it like that? It's like, I'm just talking about the ghost train.
Like, I don't know. I guess now that I think about it, I guess I did kind of make a reference, not to the Kingdom Hearts thing, but it was to a Jello Apocalypse video.
Oh.
Because he was reviewing
also
he was
riding a ghost
reviewing a
train?
bunch of Scooby-Doo movies, and in one of the Scooby-Doo movies, they travel to the like underworld from a skeleton train.
Ah, yes, the
Oh,
cousin
I see.
of the ghost train.
The ghost train.
Well, it's not a cousin. It's like when you die, you make both, right? You make a skeleton and a ghost train.
And the corpse.
Well, no, you don't make a corpse because the corpse eventually rots away into the skeleton train. The only thing that you can do that's different is if you were cremated,
So-
you make an ash train.
So you're saying if there's a human Pokemon, its stages would be corpse Pokemon and then skeleton Pokemon.
Yeah.
Evolution.
No.
Wait,
Stage
that's
one,
just Ninjask and Shedinja.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. That's weird to
Huh.
think about. Stop talking.
Stop. Okay, great.
All right. Here we go. All right, Lawrence, what's the next topic?
Move on.
What's the next topic?
Alright. Shonen, Terrence.
Yeah, we're skipping that.
Uhi button, that's Grant.
The Discord acquisition saga continues.
Ah, J.K. Rowling's new bestseller series.
That was just a joke that I made. Skipping that
Oh,
one because
because the arrow
Grant's not
pointing
here.
at. Okay. Discord acquisition saga continues then.
Yes.
Okay, so as you guys may or may not have been aware, Microsoft and Discord were in talks Microsoft was making massive offers. Like I want to say it was something crazy like $50 billion or something to buy, or maybe it was $5 billion to buy Discord, the company. And they were basically going to just convert it into an extension of Skype. And Discord decided to not do it, which is good news because that means that at least that means that Discord is probably going to remain okay for the time being. However, as with every, American business, the people running Discord, still their number one priority continues to be that they want to start making money on Discord, because apparently Discord only makes money on donations at the moment, and they're not happy with it. Dude, look, it's Adrian's Railway.
Nice.
Nice.
That's Adrian's house right there.
That's not even a railway. That's just a track and field stretch.
Yeah, and it's yours. Be happy about it. Don't they have the Nitro thing going for them? That is true. They also have that, but essentially, so anyway, in terms of like the acquisition saga continuing, what they've decided to do was it appears to be that Discord is going to go back to their original plan, which was to privatize, meaning that they'd be open to like shareholders and stuff like that, which pretty much ubiquitously across the board when you have other stuff, because you can look at like other companies that go private or go public, right? And essentially what that probably is going to mean is that from the day that it goes public, there is basically going to be a 3-year timer to the point where Discord is going to have like ads all over the place, and like all of your data is going to be tracked to be sold to like advertising companies and stuff like that. So for right now, we're okay. But just keep in mind, as soon as you see the news that, Discord went public, that's basically a 3-year timer for us to get the fuck out of here.
Oh boy.
But that being said, that's what happened with Skype, and then it only took what, 8 years for a reasonable competitor to come out? So how bad could it possibly be?
How bad could it possibly be?
But yeah, there you go. That's the Discord acquisition saga. It makes me upset, but that's business.
Business be business.
Business do be killing me slowly.
Just as they planned. Alright, I guess moving on to the next topic. This one is a link to Monster Hunter World board game.
Oh yeah. So Monster Hunter World was such a huge success that they wanted to do a like partner, like they essentially wanted to have the new Monster Hunter Rise, and that Kickstarter go up at the same time, but the Kickstarter was delayed slightly. The basic thing that I wanted to go over, because the actual board game itself isn't really that creative, I could have come up with it myself, but what it does have is incredible model quality.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
Like, now, to be fair, that which you see there is the renders of the 3D models. We have usually when you look at the renders like that, you can say like, cut that by about like a fifth of the detail, and then that's what you'll get, right? Because manufacturing is hard. But still, even with 1/5 the quality, that's still really high quality.
Yeah. They look so rad.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to share because I thought it was cool.
Oh, just a Kickstarter.
It's a Kickstarter where the Kickstarter is basically just pre-orders, which is fine. People do that a lot nowadays. And I think what is it? Like the first tier is like 50 or 40. The second tier is like 72, and then the all-in tier is like 216, and it's like everything. It's like, oh my god.
Oh my. But how does it play? Because you says it's simple.
Well, it's definitely not simple. Like it's expected, I guess, is what I could say. In that the idea is that you have the figure. You don't. Okay, so you have the figurines that represent your character, and your character has equipment going into the fight, and you have a few events that you have to resolve prior to finding the monster, and then once you get to the monster, each monster has their own like deck of AI cards, if that makes sense. This is something that has been used several times in other board games at this point, where it's just like you shuffle the deck, you draw it, and then it will give you instructions on like, okay, this is what the monster does this turn. And typically, depending on difficulty, you draw multiple cards in one turn and like that'll be the monster doing like a lot of things all at once. And yeah, and that's basically how it works. You have your own attacks, you have your responses, you're trying not to get carded. Like every time someone passes out, they get reset to like the camp, which is at like the outside of the board. And then you have to go through like 2 events, I think, to get back into the fight. But then only 3 people can, or only 3 times total can people get reset before the entire mission is a bust.
Oh,
Which is kind of neat. And then I think they said that they wanted to do an expansion where it would just be, or you would do multiple hunts, right? Where the idea is that you beat it, you get resources, you go back to camp to get better gear to go out on more missions. But they don't have that just quite yet.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I mean, Monster
Are you
Hunter is
planning
cool. Monster Hunter is cool as hell. So.
Are you planning on getting it?
Oh, absolutely not. I don't have that kind of money, and also I'm not really planning on playing it. I just thought it was cool because I thought the models were really neat.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm glad you like it.
Good input.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I probably won't buy it either, but it sounds like I'm always
like a lot of
appreciative
hoopla.
of I'm always appreciative of good models,
Yeah.
like good game pieces. Those are nice.
What was the name of that game? It was really big a while ago.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking
It
about.
has like a black
I'm forgetting
box,
the name.
and you're stuck at the. Is it Kingdom Death Monster?
I don't know.
Let me look it up real quick. Kingdom Death Monster. Yep, I was right. So Kingdom. Oh my God, they have fucking 6 expansions for it.
Oh boy.
So yeah, so Adrian, you were saying like good quality models is something that you appreciate. I highly recommend that you take a look at some of the images there that I linked. That's obviously just the Google Images page, but like those are like the models that come with Kingdom Death Monster. And the designs are fucking eldritch horrors, so they're really interesting to look at in general.
The first result on the image search is
Is
Bitty
what,
Girl.
Lawrence?
Tig Bitty Girl.
Mmm.
Can't tell the height though, so it could be just 5 foot tall.
Trying to
yeah,
see.
but these models are nuts.
I think she's pregnant. Either that or she's kind of just thick in the midsection, which would make sense given the rest of the volume of her body.
Let's see, another Tig Bitty.
Lawrence.
Horrible monsters. But cool.
Listen, you can't just call my Lumberjane GF that.
Aren't you a Lumberjane?
Oh!
Bikini armor, tattered cape, and an axe.
Yeah, Lumberjane.
Nice.
Alright. Next topic, please.
Next. Did you guys already talk about the Pokemon timeline?
I talked about
World
it
Crazy
with
in Zelda?
Saba a little bit. If you want, I could go over it because I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, sure. Since I know very little about Pokemon Continuum or
All
whatever.
right, so I'm going to stream just my screen for a moment. Screen
Does
one.
this require you streaming something else, or you just? doing
No.
something else?
Well, I mean, I have to bring up my. I have to bring up a. Like so that way stream can follow along. I'm gonna bring up just a thing so you can see this, right, Lawrence?
Yep.
All right, so the Pokemon generations, it's 1 through 8 at this point, right? So for reasons that you may or may not be aware of, like, how many Pokemon games did you play, Lawrence?
Some of them.
How many Pokemon games did I play? You should know the answer to this.
Correct. I forgot about this. So never mind. There's none. All right. So in Gen 2, Pokemon Gen 2 Lake of Rage. So in Gen 2, there was this thing that was... oh, that's kind of... Yeah, there you go. Well, this is an artist rendition, but it's a pretty good one.
Ooh.
There was an event that happened in the second generation of Pokemon where Team Rocket basically had this device that was designed to like upset Pokemon, and they activated it at the Lake of Rage, where in the middle of the lake was a shiny Gyarados that was like destroying the nearby town. And this was an in-universe, this was a huge event to the point where it was televised and put on the news. And in Gen 4, which is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the very first thing you do in that game is you are watching that news report of the Lake of Rage incident, and you turn it off before going on your journey. So Gen 2 and Gen 4 take place at the same time. And then due to a tweet by the lead narrative designer of Pokemon, which is a funny title to think about, but the lead narrative designer of Pokemon had said that Gen 1 and Gen 3 took place at roughly the same time as well. So that's Gen 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4
Okay.
basically are all within like the same 3 to 5 year chunk of time. Some of them taking place at the same time, some of them not. In Gen 5, which is Black and White takes place, and it's like canonically, it's canonically either like 5 or 15 years or something like that. I don't remember the specific numbers, but it's like a decent chunk of time between it and Gen 4, right? And then Pokemon Black and White 2 is 2 years later. So that's your timeline for right now, right? Just think of it like that.
It makes sense.
It's basically a straight line with just some things happening at the same time. Pretty easy. Oh, and then I guess I can cover this now because it's pretty fun. Pokemon Gen 4 Caitlyn, I think was her name. All right, well, I kind of spoiled it, but that's totally fine. So in Gen 4, which would have been Platinum, right, they had a battle frontier, and one of the things on the battle frontier was called the Battle Castle. And the idea was that the leader of the Battle Castle was this tiny psychic brat who had her butler, and her butler would she would like give her butler the Pokemon that would fight you, and then depending on your performance in the battle, she would give you points, and then you would use those points to like beef up your Pokemon over the course of the challenge, right?
Okay.
Her name is Caitlyn, and she was in Gen 4, like I said. She was a really powerful trainer, a really powerful psychic, but as I already said, she was kind of a brat, and she actually ended up accidentally hurting some people that she really cared about. So she decided, like, hey, I'm gonna go on like a journey of self-fulfillment, and like she goes on her own Pokemon journey, kind of, which essentially ends up with her looking like this. She has very unique hair, and she's a member of the Gen 5 Elite Four.
Sounds pretty big.
Which the Elite Four are like the 4 people they have to beat in a row before getting to the champion, by the way. So like a really prestigious position. But here she's like 14, and then here she's like 21, I think.
Still the same size.
No, she's much taller.
Really?
Well,
Alright.
not much taller,
I'll
but she
take
is
your word for
taller. She is taller in general. It's just more interesting. Like, the reason I bring this up is just because it's like, this is the type of stuff that I really like them doing for the timeline in the Pokemon stuff. Because it's, you know, it's the same character but aged up a little bit, and I like seeing the progress of the character. And so like when she's the Elite Four lady, she's like the psychic member, obviously. She's still kind of a bitch, but she's less of a brat. She's more of just like really haughty and like self-aggrandizing and stuff like that. But at least she clearly has like learned something, which is neat. So anyway, so that's that. And then in Pokemon Gen 6, Adrian, do you remember what the name of the device was? Was that old King Az activated to shatter the universe?
No. I thought you were
like
gonna talk about the Sylph Scope.
No. Isn't it? I think it's just called the Ancient Device, right? No.
Would that be a fitting name?
Az. Let me just do Az. That's probably good enough.
This fucking guy.
Yeah,
this
is old King Az. So, Lawrence, I want you to look deep into your mind and imagine thousands and thousands and thousands of years prior to anything else that happened in the Pokemon universe, there was an ancient and all-powerful like kingdom of humans and Pokemon living together, and this was their king. He didn't look like this at the time, obviously, but this was their king. He's like an 11-foot tall dude.
Oh my god.
He's really tall.
He's extremely tall because they used to look like that back then. And long story short, his beloved Floette, I guess is the name of the Pokemon. His beloved Floette died, and he was so devastated by it that, long story short, they created a device that, when activated, would shatter reality, so that way he could hopefully get a reality where his Floette didn't die, and he could steal it from that other reality and bring it back to him. That was basically his plan. And this is like part of the, you can see, look at his face.
Big old hands too.
Which, by the way, he's like 3,000 years old, and part of the thing of
Clearly.
part of the thing that of him making the device was that he could no longer die. So he just becomes this like ancient king that's just wandering around Pokemon France, which is weird. But anyway,
he's chilling. He looks like he could still be young if he has a haircut.
yeah, true, right? He has that kind of energy. He could be like, yo,
He looks like a fucking hoodlum.
a hoodlum. But anywho,
Oh fuck! I forgot about Dragon Girl. I love her.
no,
theme
we're
song.
not talking about her.
But she has a good theme song.
She does have a good theme song, and she is cute as fuck, and she also has my favorite legendary as like her partner, but we're not talking about her. Anyway, so he activates the device, right? This leads to our first of hopefully only 3 time splits that occurs in the Pokemon timeline. So Pokemon X and Y, which is Gen 6, Pokemon Sun and Moon, which is Gen 7, and Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, which are the remakes of the original Gen 3 games. All 3 of those games exist at the relative times that would make sense for them to, but they're in a different timeline where thousands of years ago the Doomsday device was activated, which resulted in Mega Pokemon, like Mega Evolutions existing, which was like the main mechanic of Gen 6 that they introduced, for example.
Okay.
So that's its own thing. In Sun and Moon, like this is just an example of like some of the stuff that you can think of. What is her name? Is it Annabelle? I think it's Annabelle. Yo, I was right. I can't believe
Nice job.
I spelled it wrong, but I spelled it right. So, yeah. So Lawrence, this girl that you see here, she's originally from Gen 3, and there was this thing in Gen 3 called the Battle Tower. It's very similar to the Battle Frontier that I talked about previously, where she was just like the owner of the Battle Tower, essentially. You would like fight her a few times. She basically teams up. She basically gets recruited by the Pokemon FBI, and the Pokemon FBI in the main timeline, which is where she is from, become aware of the existence of a parallel universe, of like a parallel timeline. And so they send her to the parallel universe to investigate. And that's where she gets this fucking snazzy ass suit. And she is now canonically like a decade older.
Nice.
So she's just like hanging out, doing her own thing. right?
She chilling.
She suffers like memory loss and like a bunch of that stereotypical nonsense, obviously, but yeah. So that's just another thing. Like that's like split timeline, fucking time jump nonsense that happens. And then there's two more things that we're gonna cover here before we go back to Dorfromantic. There's another thing. You're familiar with the existence of Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee?
Yes, it exists.
So originally, the characters from Gen 1 are red and blue. The main character is red, the rival is blue. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, red and blue are there. You can meet them, but they are NPCs who had finished their journey years prior. Despite the fact that all the same events occur, like you defeating Team Rocket and like Giovanni like trying to take over the world and you defeating him from his gym and stuff like that, like all those events still occur during your playthrough, but red and blue had already done their journey, so it's not them this time, it's you. So that is its own timeline. We have no idea why that timeline exists. There is no explanation. It just does exist. And then Pokemon Sword and Shield have no connection to any timeline because they don't reference any characters. Like no characters from previous games come back in any meaningful way. You know what I mean? Like characters from old games do show up again in Gen 8, but it's not like, oh, this one's like older or like this one's blah blah blah. Like, you know, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Pokemon Trainer Red. Yeah. So this is what he looked like in the first game, essentially.
Which is actually a kid.
He's just a kid, right?
Kid.
He's or actually here you go. This is really good representation.
Like the second one in my mind is like does not look like 10 years old, but definitely
he looks like he's like 14, 15 or something.
I guess
right.
a 15 or 16. And
Right.
Then, like,
But anyway, this is him in Pokemon Sun and Moon, where he's like late 20s, early 30s.
Oh, really?
Once again, it's interesting just to see the passage of time within the Pokemon universe. This is that kid. This is Red, the champion of the fucking Johto region or whatever.
You know what I said? If they actually like you know made Ash grow older, right? If he were to be
they
like 5
can't
or 6
because
years
of
older,
the fucking thing, his wish. You can't make
no,
him older.
I got it. But I'm saying like even if he were to be like 15 or 16, I don't even think he would look any different than he does now.
He'd probably be a little taller, a little bit more
Like they could
buff.
just get away with him being like, yeah, sure, he did this when he was 16. This is his dream.
Well, that's kind of what they do now, but not really. Like most of the time, they just don't acknowledge his age.
Yeah.
Whatever age you want him to be.
So this is the final thing from the Pokemon timeline that I wanted to cover. So keep in mind, Lawrence, what we have right now is 3 timelines, right? We have the main timeline, the Mega timeline, and then the Let's Go timeline. So in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, they have this post-game content where a Giovanni, which is like the leader of Team Rocket, from a parallel dimension, like not different timeline, like a parallel dimension, comes to
Rule the world.
well, he comes from a different timeline, or sorry, a different dimension. He comes in and he's from a dimension in which he won. Like he beat you, right? And like took over the world kinda. And he uses the portal technology that was from the Alola region. Or no, sorry, I'm wrong. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, he doesn't come from a parallel dimension. He is from that timeline where he did win. Like you just live on like you're just on an island nation that's not really affected by Team Rocket, but he is in like control of like the mainland or whatever, like mainland Kanto and Johto.
Okay.
So he comes to the Alola region because they have like portal dimension technology or whatever, and he uses it to bring a version of each of the leaders of like the evil teams from every Pokemon game. He brings all of them together from their dimensions in which they won. So like this guy, I think his name's like Max. There's Archie and
Maxie.
Maxie.
He looks like a Max.
He is from a dimension where he won, and there is no more oceans on Earth. Everything is just land. And then Archie is essentially the same thing, where he's from a different alternate dimension where he won, and there's no land anymore. Everybody just lives on boats and submarines. Right? Because
And
that
they
was like his
both
goal.
look shittier than their Aurus redesigns.
This is very true. But anyway, so Giovanni takes all of the major bad guys from all of the major Pokemon games after having won, brings them all together and unifies them under the moniker Team Rainbow Rocket, and tries to take over the multiverse, right? Like with their
progressive.
like with progressive because they're rainbow. Essentially their plan is that with their powers combined, they'd be able to take over the multiverse.
Yeah,
and then,
power of friendship.
and then you stomp all of their asses. You, one trainer, stop all of them. And it's like, oh my god. But it is important for the sake of this conversation to point out, Lawrence, that if you think about it, that's not a different timeline. These are different dimensions. So there's no longer 3 timelines. There is an infinite time web of an infinite number of timelines.
Oh, well,
This
now
is
I
the
see
part
where
where I
it starts
start
getting
developing
complicated.
a headache.
Which is deserved, kinda, because I don't know, I already described it, but the stuff I like them doing with the timeline is when characters age forward, and it's that's kind of neat. That's that character from before.
Everything else useless. We don't need it. It's too
everything
much
else is
mind
everything else is a little bit too Monka-esque for me. But the one of the examples that I gave Saba that I thought was really funny was that the water type gym leader from Gen 1 is Misty. She's obviously very famous for many reasons. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, which canonically take place several years after the original games, you go to the Cerulean City gym to challenge Misty, and all of the people are just kind of hanging out there. They're not doing anything, and you're like, hey, where's Misty? And they're like, yeah, sorry, if you want to get the badge, you're gonna have to go get Misty and crash her date.
Nope.
Because she's on top of a nearby hill trying to date this, trying to go on a nice date with this dude, but he's really intimidated because Misty's supposed to be the best water type trainer of their region, and so he's really intimidated to be seen with her. So the minute that you crest over the hill and say hi, he goes, "Ah!" and he runs away.
Oh no! You fool!
I thought it was funny, or you told me it was thank God, he was just someone arrived.
Well, something along those lines. But yeah, the basic gist of it just being I don't know. That's another one of just I really like it when the characters age forward, because it's yeah, I don't know. I like seeing a Misty who's now 19 and she's getting on with her life.
Yeah.
Time skips can be pretty cool.
Time
But
skips
where
can be
does
very
Mystery
cool.
Where does Mystery Dungeon lie in all this mess?
Literally nowhere.
Mystery Dungeon Island, where no human has ever come back from alive.
It's true. Despite all the Pokemon knowing what humans are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally, if you go there as a human, you're going to get hydro pumped to death.
It's true. From Blastoise's forehead.
Imagine all the sunken ships that are around there because of humans trying to desperately get over there. There's a force field technique that emancipates Pokemons from their trainers immediately when they pass through it, and it's invisible, so no one really knows where it is. But as soon as they do, the Pokemon turns on them.
And they get attacked. Oh,
You go by ship, your ship sinks. You go by Pokemon, your Pokemon turns on you. It's a lose-lose.
It's a lose-lose. Funny. But yeah, so there you go, Lawrence. Hopefully you found the Pokemon timeline to be interesting. I know I did.
Well, that's because
I-
you
I-
are Zach.
I am Zach. It's true.
Yeah, I was able to grasp it until the very end when
You get into like the
implication
multiverse
of a web of
stuff.
time, yeah.
No, it's funny, Lawrence. Like, I didn't even know about this, and I'm just like, this is, you don't exactly need to know this to just be like, yeah, Pokemon's nice.
I mean, you super
Exactly.
don't need it. But once again, it's just kind of neat to be like, yo, you remember the fucking Elite Four lady from Gen 5? Yeah. Did you know she's also the frontier brain of the Battle Castle? It's like, oh,
Well, see,
that's really
that
neat.
part's fine, but it's like, did you know that every Pokemon game is interlinked between this multi-universe and that?
Well,
blah,
okay,
blah,
like
blah? I'll
you're
be
you're
okay.
joking, Saba, but it's literally canon within the Pokemon lore
No,
that
I know,
every
but I just
that every
don't want it.
single individual Pokemon game that is produced, like literally the cartridges that are made, and every single save that you make on those cartridges is a different iteration of the same universe. So like
very
Lawrence, if you and I both buy the Diamond and Pearl remakes that are coming out soon and play them, my version is just as canonical as yours.
Oh god damn it, RCS, why you gotta make things confusing?
But yeah, I don't know, because obviously it's not literally more complicated than the Zelda timeline, but it's just funny because it's like, I don't know, people are pretty much familiar with the Zelda timeline at this point, just the idea of like it exists and it's nuts. And it's just like, I don't know, you bring up like, hey, did you know Pokemon has a convoluted timeline? And people go, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You high? And I'm like, a little.
A little, but I can explain it to you.
Exactly, but let me explain.
You clear your throat. So anyways,
I started blasting.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
yeah.
That was the topic. Hopefully you had fun. We can move on to the next topic if you'd like.
Yeah.
If we're talking about the Pokemon timeline, we should be getting closer to the bottom of the list, I think.
Well, we were at the bottom of the list. Last one is predatory, spelled not correctly. Dating
Spelled it
tactics,
wrong.
those never recognized them. Yeah.
So this comes from, I must have posted this like yesterday or the day before, because it comes from a video that I was watching where it was like a pseudo documentary video essay sort of thing, and it was basically just about the thing from the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s of just fucking people that would produce like videos, like VHSs and stuff like that, and be like, this is how you get girls and blah blah blah. And it was basically teaching guys how to like neg women and how to like undermine their confidence and stuff like that.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it was
A wonderful guide.
exactly. And so it was like predatory dating tactics, which is why I called it that. But
Pickup artists nowadays, they're called.
well, yeah, well, yes. And so, but the part of the video that I thought was really interesting was that afterwards, because the guy did like a bunch of research, he found because there was one particular video that he cited, like one particular VHS of it being like, oh, I just killed those two things, my bad. Where it was like they had testimonials from couples who got married because of the tactics that were portrayed in the thing. But the guy, he took special note of the fact that the women in the video never actually acknowledged that the tactics had been used. They just acknowledged that they were like in love and they were happily married or whatever. And so obviously these videos are like pretty old at this point, and like the people are now in their like 50s or 60s, but he like independently contacted a few of them, and only like 2 or 3 of the women came back, but they were like, oh, now that you mention it, yeah, this does make a lot of sense. This is exactly what my husband did, and it actually really hurts. It actually really hurts to know that I just was manipulated into, you know, marrying for the rest of my life.
What kind of manipulation did they
Wait,
do?
manipulation into but it's like, don't these people doesn't the guys like want a relationship in the first place? Is it manipulation to want to be
I'm saying
married?
this was the wife.
Okay,
was-
wait.
but was that
So
manipulation?
these tactics are to get people to marry you?
It's a fucking con artist, fucking pickup artist video. It is
Don't most people go to pickup artists because they're like, I don't got good enough game to like.
right to get laid
Try to
or
be in a
to get laid or
relationship?
whatever, right? But once again, to repeat, because clearly I didn't say it clearly the first time, but the video that was heavily cited, or the VHS that was heavily cited in this video, had testimonials at the end from couples that got together and got married because of these tactics.
Right.
Right.
still just
Apparently
feels
that was
weird,
apparently
though.
that was confusing to Saba for some reason.
No, because it's like manipulating into like marriage. It's like it feels so like weird to me because it's like regardless of if they use a tactic, right? I mean, their ultimate goal is they want to be in a relationship, right?
You can still
It's not-
manipulate someone into being in a relationship.
Yeah, it's just
Right.
there's just okay.
I legit
I
don't
can think about
understand
this on my.
Saba's
I'll just think about this
confusion.
on my own. I think.
But
Yeah,
what tactics did they use? Is it just like
It was like
bad?
it was all the stuff that you're familiar with, just the negging and like the whole thing of like one of the tactics that was like repeated over and over. It was like and I already said this before, but it's like you have to undermine her confidence over the course of like time. You have to make it seem like she has to rely on you.
those kinds of
Right, stuff like that. And it was just like, and it was just, wholesale manipulation. And I don't know, I just thought it was interesting because afterwards when he talks to the women who got married, they were like, oh, well, I wish I would have known.
did that lose the love for their husband, or
Well,
did it
no.
affect the relationship?
I'm about to say, I wouldn't assume that it would have affected the relationship. At least no one mentioned that on the video. But it's like, I don't know. You've been married to a guy for like 30 years at this point. Are you really going to break up? Because it's like even if
Well,
I don't
do.
know. If the origin of your relationship is less than ideal, does that mean that the entire thing is garbage? Even if
Yeah,
you
it's
had like a good
basically-
time afterwards?
That was basically what I was arguing. Like, even if the start is shady as fuck, if like the rest, like the middle bits, is fine, is it fine?
I mean, I feel like definitely if that revelation happens, there should be a like stern talking about. But I don't know if it's. I guess the relationship itself would probably depend on whether or not it breaks from there. I imagine it usually wouldn't if it's been that long and you found enough things to marry each other about, rather than just like hook up about.
Yeah, because clearly it was more than hooking up. These, like what their actual goal is to actually be in a relationship.
I guess part of it also depends on whether they are still relying on that exact tactic to maintain a
I
relationship.
imagine not, right?
Well, because that's one of the. I
I
mean,
don't
that's
think
one of the
so.
things that you can't possibly answer within this YouTube video, right? This YouTube video essay documentary type thing, where it's just like you're not just gonna ask somebody like, "Hey, does your husband still undermine your confidence on a daily basis?"
That,
Well,
that's
why-
a, that's a
no,
horrible
You know
question.
what? Now that you
Those,
mention it, yeah, he does. It's like
Normally, though, I would think though, like pickup, like tactics, right? Or, like stay within the pickup thing. So once you've picked someone up, you don't necessarily have to keep on doing it.
Right, but I think the idea here is that it's not that the video, it's not like the idea of the testimonials at the end of the VHS were not to be like, hey, you should be going for marriage. It was to show, hey, this works. Right? That was like the whole point of adding the testimonials at the end, where under most circumstances, like you think about the types of people that would be renting a VHS on how to pick up women in this way. You know what I mean? And the types of people that are going to be looking for that are people that are looking for, one night stands, which is pretty much what people would expect from pickup artists, or someone who's just desperately lonely. And so if it's somebody who's desperately lonely, they're probably going to be the people that are like, yeah, let's get married.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think that this topic was even like gonna be a big thing. I was just like, oh yeah, it's like kind of interesting.
Well, because like we just wanted to know like if these were, I don't know, these were like if it was fine in the end. Yeah, like if the relationship was fine in the end, despite
Yeah.
the shoddy start, is basically.
Well, I mean,
what I was wondering.
literally, what you're asking is, do the ends justify the means? Although it's on a different scale.
I mean, obviously, I would say we also don't promote. Like, obviously, if they're really not good tactics in the first place, like for moving on from like future onwards, right? We're like they shouldn't be used, but I think
I mean, of course.
Lawrence
But I
is-
mean, like,
yeah,
I
Lawrence
don't, like,
is,
I don't know,
in
like,
those instances.
like, how do you guys feel about negging?
Not very good.
Right? So it's like, okay, well, there we go.
Yeah, I know there might be some people that like may like it, but it's not. me.
Yeah, that is true. Some.
I mean, there is
Th-
preference. that
again,
is
it
true.
depends on the people, right?
Like there's some people that like to be called out, right? Because they're like, oh, someone's actually paying attention to
Yeah.
me.
Some people want to be called out. Some people want one night stands, and when two people agree to have a one night stand,
That's consent. And that's totally fine.
That's fine. So yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I was just getting an Oreo real quick.
Great.
That was a good Oreo.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, I
Are
get
you
the
jealous
point.
'cause
It's a
you
little
don't
more
have an Oreo?
situational,
I could go get an Oreo. Although I did have cake earlier, so I'm probably gonna have indigestion when I go to bed tonight.
I don't know. I may have a
Nice.
Ferrero
Hell
Rocher
yeah.
later. Those are pretty good.
Which,
Someone
by the way,
give me
does Zach,
candy
do you
then.
still not know what a Ferrero Rocher is, Zach?
Isn't it like a cookie?
Rocher.
I would say it's more of a chocolate than a cookie.
Chocolate ball.
Ferrero
I
Rocher
mean,
cookie.
like I remember from the last
No, I
time
would
that
not
this
call
was
it
brought
cookie.
up. No, Ferrero Rocher is not like a thing that I am aware of, really.
It's like a
That's
fancy
sad.
little ball chocolate with like nuts in it.
Well, yeah. So imagine this ball
don't
that I
need
think
to
at a
ima-
certain point
We did
is
this already.
is hazelnut, then I think covered in chocolate,
Yeah,
which then
yeah.
is surrounded by kind of like a crispy wafer kind of thing. A layer of that combined with more chocolate, and I think I can't remember how many more layers there, but the outer layer is then has like I think chopped up bits of I think even more hazelnut.
It's
Combined
basically a
with
chocolate ball with some nuts in
Yeah.
it. It's fancy. It's famous for having a gold wrapper with little like
It is
like paper
delicious.
cup underneath.
Yeah,
Very
Reese's
delicious.
Pieces paper cup. Very good. Haven't had those in like 2
They're very
years.
bougie chocolates.
Indeed.
But they're freaking tasty. If you like hazelnut, I mean, with chocolate.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
See,
Ferrero
Zach's
Rocher.
just Zach. I guess he just doesn't know. I'm sorry. You should try one.
I don't like
Uh,
candy, really. So it's like it's fine. I trust you when you say that it's good. I'm
Well,
just
I
gonna
mean, I mean, if you
I'm
even
just gonna
like
be like, yeah, sure.
chocolate or like chocolate and hazelnut together.
But didn't we have a whole tier list about candy?
Correct. I'd
Yes,
eat.
and we're
I've
not
eaten
going back
candy.
to it. I wanted to shift
Do we
the
put
conversation.
candy in bougie chocolate?
Apparently, and I just checked this because I found this. Apparently, Peter Ostrom, who played Charlie from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, is the only role he's ever played, and he went on to be a veterinarian and never did act again. And he gets $9 in royalty payments quarterly.
Quarterly. All right. Well, I mean,
I mean, at least it's something.
That's something.
that's really interesting.
Like he
You
did
would-
acting once and was like, you know what, I'm done.
Like that's so weird. I'm just like, yeah, I'm good.
I'm good. $9 quarterly. That sounds fine to me.
$9 quarterly. What can you buy with that?
Quarterly would
A chocolate bar.
Quarterly would be every 3 months almost. So it's like, yeah, I guess a chocolate bar.
Yeah, chocolate bar every
You
3 months.
get a chocolate bar every 3
Get
months.
get himself a Ferrero
Every
Rocher.
three-
For-
every
get
3
yeah,
months
get
would
yourself
be-
a Ferrero Rocher.
Every 3 months would be about every 12 weeks. So he gets $9 every 12 weeks. So that's like what? 2 chocolate bars every 6 or two chocolate bars every month essentially.
Nice.
Have you seen that one image where it's like it's impossible to make a path that goes through every door exactly once?
What?
There's an
I think
image
you lost
of a building. It's a very simple diagram of walls and like gaps, and it's mathematically impossible to make a path that goes through every door only once.
Is it?
Is it?
Supposedly, yes.
All right. You know what? If I can open up Paint,
Just gonna draw through it.
All right. Here's Paint. I think I should still be streaming the screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
well, we can
see
see on
it.
Discord and on Twitch.
Twitch should be able to see it. All
Sure.
right.
Supposedly, you can't go through every door at least only one time specifically.
Nice, nice.
Oh.
suddenly seeing a problem.
I see problem.
Oh, do ya now?
Oh, do ya? Oh boy.
That above one, you can't.
That's twice.
I did it!
Did you, Zach?
I did it!
Okay.
You know what the problem is? It was pen
It's
size.
not thick enough. There you go. Yeah, thicker pencil will help you.
pen size was the problem. All right.
You need the girth.
Yeah. You need a
Oh,
girth
look at
to
that
break down
girthy
the
line. This will
walls.
work for sure.
Yeah. I see the hesitation.
They didn't say I had to start anywhere.
Uh-huh.
That's true. You don't have to
That's
start
true.
from the inside out. You're still screwed up
You-
with the middle one.
Shit.
I mean, it was posted as this is mathematically impossible, so
Give me 1 second.
I don't know how much you want to take their word for it.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. This is
Wait
gonna
a second.
Wait a second.
Hold up. I feel a draft in the walls.
Is this house breezier than it was earlier? Hang on.
I think so. I can't quite
no
put
one
my
has
finger
to
on
know.
Fuck! Give me 1 second.
Guys, come on. No one has to know. Not me.
Like, hey guys, did you see a sledgehammer somewhere? You just hear bang!
I did it!
It only took you bashing down the wall. So I wanted to post that there were a couple of quote unquote solutions that people have posted to this
Yeah,
conundrum
like this.
as well. This is one of them.
You split them in half.
Someone turned it into a trolley problem.
These are really good.
Someone made this one.
Meanwhile,
pile of
bricks
bricks.
make less doors.
And then someone
Looking
also
for
just
a cold
posted
one.
Hold on.
fire.
Oh yeah. Pretty bad.
This is how we solve philosophical questions, you know?
And
You
then
know,
someone
you,
made this
you
one.
know what you should do, Adrian? I don't know where you're,
Here you die.
Where they also missed a door on this one as well, though.
They did miss a door. You know you should do, Adrian?
What?
You should take a clip from the video, or from the stream, of the gif of me taking the paint window, moving it off the screen, and moving it back with, like, pieces missing, and then submit that. Just like, that'd be really good.
Probably.
That's pretty good.
Hang on, guys, give me a minute.
Yeah. Just grab a sledgehammer and break down some walls.
It's the sledgehammer sound effect from Monaco.
No, or you could do the thing like with the witness sack, and you just put on a blind or like something in front of your face, and then more doors just appear. It's just because you couldn't see it. You had to ascend to a higher plane to see the extra doors.
Oh my. This really is a philosophical question.
Oh, look, they made a little cat.
You know what? I want to ask something for pretty much just Lawrence in this stream. Have you encountered the phenomenon of losing your drawing pen, like for your tablet?
Not yet. Hope not.
Right? Because like apparently that's a really common issue that a lot of artists supposedly have, and I've never run into it myself.
Well, because I take care of my pen.
Right. Like my tablet has a little like socket thing specifically for my pen for when I'm done with it, and I just put it there because I don't
Yeah.
do anything else with my pen.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't
'cause,
know
like if you lose one of your ink pens, it's like fine, I'll get another one.
Right, but you gotta
Right.
order fucking tablet pens, and,
You gotta-
and that's if they
yeah.
still make pens for your tablet.
Yeah. These things are expensive. You take care of these.
And also, they keep making new ones and stop making the old ones, so like they're limited now if you have yours for more than a couple of years. So like,
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Woe
Like,
to the person who faces that problem.
well, apparently it's a really common artist problem, and it's just something I never related to.
Yeah, well,
Never been a problem for me though.
yeah.
I'm
it's
just
not-
built.
it's not
I
a
guess we're
problem
just
for me.
built different.
We're built.
I mean, I use my computer pen, and I mean, occasionally,
My
the only thing I can
computer
say is
pen.
I might put it like on my table, and then I'll
Hmm.
forget about it for a little bit. Then I'll be like, oh, that's where that went,
I
and then I'll
use
just put
my
it back in its little
computer pen.
slot.
Yeah.
Oh
As
yeah,
long-
Lawrence,
as
don't
long-
you said you have the same computer as me.
Yeah, I do. I know what you're talking
Definitely,
about.
Yeah.
definitely the biggest example I have of that is when I was in high school once. It was after school, and I had my like after school snack. And I was gonna go brush my teeth, and I did. And then in the middle of me brushing my teeth, I thought I should brush my teeth. Where's my toothbrush? And I was looking around for it with the fucking thing in my mouth, like, where the fuck's my
No,
toothbrush?
yeah.
Why can't I find it?
This has
Is-
totally happened with like, you know, me stepping outside the door being like, oh, my phone, and then me not realizing or like me momentarily forgetting that it's in my hand.
I was about to
Or my
say, like
glasses that
someone,
are on my
like I'm in
head.
a call, and then I gotta head out, and then I say into the call, "Hey, wait, I need to find my phone."
Then you have
stuff's
people
pretty
like
funny.
witnessing it.
Yeah, you have people hearing your shenanigans, making a fool out of yourself.
What a fool.
Oh, look at that! Look at that shadow building.
I know, I'm working towards it.
It looks like a monument.
You know, one of the things I used to do as a kid that
Be a kid.
was I ever really a kid?
Decapitate mice?
I never decapitated mice. No,
Not in public, anyway.
not ever. I value life. One of the things I used to do, for those of you who had Nintendo DSs, you will recall the majesty that was the DS stylus.
Yes.
I remember I got in trouble a lot because I would take the DS stylus and I would use it to clean my ears.
Well,
I
I
feel like
will
more
say
people you
It
have done that than
was
you realize.
it,
Yeah.
it was the perfect instrument for the job.
I will say that's not sanitary, but also I can't, like, I'm glass housing right now because I used to constantly, like, mine had chew marks on it because I've constantly chewed on it while thinking. Yeah, I can't really throw stones from my glass house.
I don't know. I was just thinking about that because it's like I've been running out of Q-tips.
I mean, I don't use.
I'm gonna switch over to stylus.
like
probably
I
watched it a few
I know
times.
that you're not supposed to use Q-tips for like cleaning your ears and stuff. Like you're only supposed to use it to clean the outside of your ears, which everybody knows that's people use them to clean their ears. Everybody knows that, and you're not supposed to. But I've said this before, but I have like a lot of excess like mucus and earwax and just stuff in general, right? I remember there was a period of time where we were like, okay, let's go, because like if I don't clean my ears, I get earaches, right? So it's like, okay, this was when I was like a teenager. It's like, okay, Zach, don't clean out your ears. Wait until they ache. Then we'll go to the doctor. We'll get them flushed. And then we're going to wait again until they hurt again. And then we're going to go back and we're going to see how much it's going to cost to have your ears cleaned out without you having to clean them yourself. And it was literally 2 weeks. Like that's how long it took for my ears to start hurting again. And it wasn't even just like, oh, it was like Zach having like sensitive ears or whatever. Nah, like I went back into the thing and the guy like pulls out the little water nozzle thing and he's like, oh my God, when's the last time you were here? And I was like 2 weeks ago. And he's like, Jesus fucking Christ. And I was like, yeah, I know. So it's just like, so it's like, I know that you're not supposed to use it to clean your ears, but then again, I don't really have an option because it's like, just going to the doctor to get your ears cleaned is really expensive.
That's fair. I probably have brought this up a couple of times because it's a tidbit I keep sharing, but I have hard earwax. I don't have wet earwax, and that's just a biological thing that different ethnicities are more prone towards. Like, I believe Asian people and Native American people are prone towards having hard, dry earwax, whereas Americans and I think like African people are more prone to having like wetter, more mucousy earwax. So I don't clean my ear with a Q-tip. I clean mine with a little metal spoon.
Yeah, dude.
It should be like something like a sledgehammer. Clear it out with a tiny pickaxe.
It's a tiny metal spoon.
Yeah. It's tiny, super long and skinny metal spoon.
Yeah, and there's little. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so I wouldn't be able to use Q-tips for mine if I even wanted to.
Yeah. You use Q-tips, you're just pushing it down.
You know, I don't know if Zach, you're familiar with having dry earwax. Sounds like you have wet earwax.
I have wet earwax, yeah.
So yeah, this is a picture of the implement that I use.
The instrument to save all ears.
And I'm putting it next to my finger and a dice for scale.
Oh wait, did you just take that?
Yeah, just now.
Oh, that looks like something that looks like something your dentist would use to injure your teeth and then blame you for it.
It's the same tool, but we designate this one for our ears, so.
That's
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never really knew that people could have like dry earwax because I get dry earwax sometimes. That depends on climate.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Well,
like like that thing of like people discovering for the first time that there are people that wipe their ass while sitting down,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
or vice versa, and both
Or
of
vice
these
versa.
groups of people have no idea that the other exists.
because you
It's
don't
like
realize
how
that happens until you talk about it.
it's like how there's people that like shower only facing away from the shower head or only facing towards it, or people that switch.
I'm about to say I switch.
I switched to.
For
I
most of
face
my
away.
adult life, I've pretty much only stayed with facing away from it.
Away
I would
toward.
say I
I
also
like cascade
face away.
warm water. Just
The-
anywhere.
The reason, I mean, I actually have a
Feels
reason
nice.
why I face away from mine that
Oh,
started
I
when I
do
was very
too.
young. It's because when I was very, very young, I almost drowned, and I developed a
Oh.
fear of water for a very long time, and I was scared of drowning in the shower. My dad told me to do that if I didn't want to like drown.
Oh well, my
Makes
reason's
sense.
not as it's not like that.
As a kid, that
Well,
makes sense.
Well, maybe it's more like you know how in Psycho, like, or actually, you know what, in horror movies in general, someone's
Right.
taking a shower, and then killer comes up behind them.
Right.
Well, that can't happen if I'm facing towards or
Fair
facing
enough.
away from the nozzle. Like, haha, bitch, teleport to me now.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, wouldn't they still be able to get you?
Shush.
Oh.
It's like when you get in the blankets really fast after turning the lights off, I guess, something like that. But
I used to do that all the time. The like because I spent most of my days in the basement of our house back in New England, and like because that's where the Wii was, that's where the fucking PS3 was, that's where my computer eventually was, and for the longest time, because like our house was, it wasn't exactly our house. It wasn't exactly old, but it definitely had problems with its heating system, where when the heat turned on or when it turned off, every single pipe in the entire house for about 20 minutes would crack and pop, and it would sound like a fucking monster slithering through the walls.
Oh boy.
Either coming from the anterior side of the house towards the boiler, or from the boiler to the entire house. It was terrifying as a child, and it was one of those things where it's just like I never thought to like ask about it, right? Because I was just like, I just assumed that everybody knew about the monster that lived in my walls.
How old were you at this time?
I was definitely very young for a long time, and I didn't think it was a monster for the entirety of that time, but I definitely still had the habit of when I turned off the lights to like go upstairs for dinner or for bed, I would fucking scramble up the stairs as fast as I could, and then eventually I just broke myself out of the habit. But until that point, it was like, whoa. Yeah.
I still do that sometimes when I turn off the lights and then rush into my room.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, I'm older. I know what's going on. But what if?
But what if?
But what if I'm wrong?
I have an example of something like this that was kind of funny to me, where for the longest time I had to sleep with the door open, because the idea of like if something was in the room with me, I wanted to be able to get out, right? And this is a very Zach thing, right? So like one night, like literally I was getting ready for bed, I was like playing DS or something, and then I thought about it because the door was closed at the time, because it was like during the winter or something. The door was closed, and I went to go open it, and I was like, wait a minute, what if there's something behind this door right now?
Nope.
And so I flicked my lights on, confirmed that there was nothing in my room, shut the lights off, locked my door, and then that's how I've gone to sleep every night since.
That sounds about right.
I guess I didn't do that when I was living with you guys. I guess I realized that that'd be inconvenient for other people.
I think my biggest fear for most of those things was literally just listening to music, because if you're listening to music, your brain can't make scary ambient noises.
I mean, fair. That's fair. Yeah,
Well,
Or if it does, it's not louder than the music.
it's true.
I'm the complete opposite. I want it to sound in my room, so that if I hear someone sneaking up on me, I know where they is.
I've been contemplating getting into listening to like gentle, like, calming music before bed. I was thinking about trying it because I just realized I didn't actually bring this up, but I had such a huge panic attack last night for aforementioned reasons that we don't have to go over again. I had such a huge panic attack last night that I gave myself my very first nosebleed.
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah, I had never gotten a natural nosebleed before. It was always from some sort of impact or damage or sickness or something like that prior. But literally, I just stressed myself out so much last night that I gave myself a nosebleed. And it was just one of those things where it was just like, maybe I should like try listening to music. Because like the thing that like stressed me out so much last night was that it was fucking silent. And there was just something about there being literally no noise at all last night. Like I couldn't even hear myself breathing. And I was like, oh my God.
Good self-defense, buddy. Good job. That'll stave him off for sure.
Body do be weird like that.
My body is controlled by a weird guru that I appease sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Sometimes.
Only sometimes.
What other weird habits do we have?
Let's all be quiet so that Zach freaks out. No.
Please don't.
That's the plan. That's the master plan. We need to get Zach to freak out on stream because it's not enough noise, and then we'll be like, surprise, happy birthday.
Surprise! We were here.
We're here this entire time.
That's so incredibly fucked.
I know,
We
right?
already got him to freak out with the whole he hates JoJo thing.
He betrayed a core part of his identity.
But prior to coming back upstairs, they were having a discussion about tattoos, sitting around the table downstairs, and what the hell? Hello, Bayou Diplomat, and thank you for your raiding party of 1.
Nice.
But yeah, anyway, so we were talking about, and feel free to hang out, by the way. But we were just talking about tattoos, and I obviously have no tattoos at the moment, and so it was like, hey Zach, do you think that you'll ever get a tattoo? And I didn't have the heart to say that the only tattoo I've ever seriously considered was getting the JoJo shoulder star. that's like the birthmark of all the JoJo characters,
Yeah.
and that's the only tattoo I've ever seriously contemplated, and I didn't have the heart to say it.
If you were to try to shift your name to be JoJo, how would you do it?
Well, so in I mean, and you're familiar with this, but in JoJo they oftentimes do bullshit where it's just like Josuke Higashikata. The name Higashikata has the Jo character in it, so that counts as JoJo.
So how would you bullshit your name into being a JoJo?
Are you tricking me into saying my full name on stream?
I didn't even think about that. But okay, never mind.
Well,
Let's give you a fake name. How would you shift the name? Say, oh, I don't know. Never mind. I can't think of a funny name off the top of my head fast enough.
I mean, it has to have Zach in
How
it.
would you shift the name Zach?
Okay, how would you shift the name Zach Bell into a JoJo name?
I don't know. It's hard because you're talking about like shifting a name, and no one does that. Like you can't just like if I were creating an OC, which I have, I've created JoJo OCs before that have like the naming scheme and they all work, but it's just like I couldn't even remotely fathom taking a real person's name and then making it JoJo. Although Lawrence, you remember that thing I sent you that shows that Jesus Christ is technically a JoJo character?
Yes.
Not only does he show up in part 7, but also if you take like the modernistic version of Jesus Christ's name, because it would be like because it's
I know which one you're talking about.
No,
It's
no,
like,
right, but I'm trying to remember the specifics because it's like Jesus was like an old version of like Joseph.
Joseph?
Yeah, it was Joseph, son. It would be Joseph, son of John, right?
No, wait. Joseph is his dad's name.
Oh, so maybe it was the other. So maybe the other way around. So maybe it was John, son of Joseph, but then you wouldn't say son of Joseph. You would say Joe son, or whatever. And so it was just like, oh, Jesus's modern name would be JoJo. Get hype.
I see.
Hopefully that answers your question, Adrian.
It did not, but sure.
You're impossible to answer a question.
Just change it to Jazak Bell.
Jazak Bell.
I got the actual thing. It's like, well, his name could be translated, referring to Jesus, of course.
Yeah.
Could be translated as Yeshua, or it would be Joshua in modern time.
There you go. Yeah.
And then they didn't have surnames back then, so it would just be Joshua, son of Joseph, or making him the first JoJo because Joshua Joseph.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Jesus Christ is a JoJo character. Get hype, Catholics.
Get hype.
Or Christians. Sorry, I forget which one's which. Despite
Get
me,
hype, Jewish people.
despite they believe in Jesus, but they believe that he was just a nice guy.
Just a nice guy.
Just a nice lad.
Just a nice lad. He was just around having a fun time. Until he wasn't having a fun time. Until he very specifically stopped having a fun time.
Lads, he's turned himself into a T-pose.
Stop it with the TF2 memes.
No. Oh.
Saba, veto his TF2 memes.
What the
She never uses her veto.
She's had one day to use it, and you told her not to use it on the one thing she could have earlier.
Yeah.
Great.
But remember, I don't have the ability to tell Saba to not veto
Remember,
something.
I don't have object permanence.
Everybody just stop talking, Adrian will freak out.
Man, I miss my friends on the stream. I wish they were here.
I know I broke the illusion immediately, but I love just the like, I miss them. Just like there's like not even missing a beat, just immediately your memory's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. Yes, Saba, you making fun of us?
No, I just have to follow the trend. I can't be the only one who's on.
So I know I've said it like multiple times, but I really hope that we finish Night in the Woods tomorrow. Because I'm kind of getting sick of playing it. It's a really fun game and I'm having a great time, but I really want to move on to something else.
Yeah. Do you think we'll be able to finish it tomorrow?
I thought we were going to finish it 2 weeks ago.
Horns.
I thought we were going to finish it 2 weeks ago, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting mad. The sooner we get to Okami, the better.
Right, but keep in mind, we have a whole game. We have 2 whole games in between. We have Owlboy, and to be honest, we might just skip Colin since he doesn't really come to stream anymore.
What do you want for Colin again?
It was Her Story, I think.
Did you guys know that
Did you know?
Did you know that Netflix made a VTuber?
No.
What?
No. Did they?
Netflix has a VTuber now.
Now
I mean, if you're talking
Oh,
about
wait,
just
hang on, that's the
anime
wrong image.
personification.
he posted the thing again.
Here, that's the link. Netflix made a VTuber. It's debuting in 3 days.
Oh, there's not even a picture.
Oh, the
Oh, never mind. There is.
Yeah, you
Oh
have to
my
skip ahead
god!
in
What the
the
hell?
video.
Oh, wait. What?
It's not. You have to skip ahead in the video to see it.
That's her? The one with the horns?
Yeah, with the black outfit.
Why did they make her a sheep? Why is she a sheep human life form?
Ask Netflix of Japan.
I
will
mean,
say-
sheep is an aesthetic that's not really very widely used in the VTuber market, so I guess it makes sense.
Sure.
Is Netflix saying we're the sheep to their movie?
I hope not.
The Netflix is calling all of the Sims for this VTuber sheeple.
There was a VTuber. I have literally no idea what her name is, but there was a VTuber that I was showing Grant a while back because they like, needless to say, they have like groups and collections of VTubers at this point that are all like associated with each other. And there's this one English VTuber who is supposed to be like she's supposed to be like a medieval chick or whatever, but they have this one particular detail, and unfortunately I'm not going to be able to find the picture because I don't know how to look for it, but she has this one particular character detail that is both horny as fuck and also brilliant. So you know that thing of like how if you have like an anime character in like thigh highs, if it kind of grips their flesh a little bit, that's like pièce de résistance, like Chef's Kiss.
Right.
They have that where she's like wearing like a tube top or something, and she has this one leather strap that goes across her chest, and when it goes across her left boob, it just barely like squeezes her tit a little bit, giving that exact same thing. And it's like, it's genius. It's brilliant. How could they have figured this out?
Nice.
My goodness.
But yeah.
VTuber stuff is interesting how that got big too. But I mean, it makes sense. Like if, let's say if any of us were to like get pop, I feel like Zach, I don't know, would you just default to like, if you had to like, I guess.
We kind of
change
talked
one
about
way
this
or the
before.
Lawrence, would you be willing to make a VTuber for someone?
Absolutely, if they pay me money. Remember that time I almost got a job for making? Well, it's not VTubers per se,
Yeah, it
but
was
just
the
like,
fuck. What are they called?
What are they called?
Ghosts?
Fake human? No, no.
No, it was literally like
Virtual-
fake social
Virtual
media humans.
influencers.
Yeah,
Virtual influencer, a
influencers.
fucking
That stuff is
nightmare
ridiculous,
scenario.
Yeah.
Nightmare scenario, but they pay.
But
I'm
they
just
but they
remembering-
theoretically would have paid you.
They theoretically
Yeah.
would have paid me if
True.
they kept in contact with me.
I would say though.
Yeah, but
Oh, you
what
go
were you
ahead.
gonna say? Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick. Zach saying Nightmare reminded me of back in when we were first playing Ace Attorney. Zach was constantly repulsed by everything in Ace Attorney's like lore, and
Like,
him
just
calling
the
everything a
world
nightmare.
is a nightmare.
But you said it so often that that just reminded me of it nostalgically. I was like, oh man. Zach
Oh,
having
I
a nightmare.
miss early Ace Attorney where Zach would have a conniption every time somebody would fucking withhold evidence willingly, and then as soon as it came up in court, everybody would just
Autopsy
brush it
report.
off.
Updated autopsy report, if I remember.
Updated
correctly.
autopsy.
The
report.
updated
Classic.
autopsy report was definitely the first time that I went like whole hog ballistic because
That was a classic.
That's super not allowed. It's not
That's
even just
soup?
not allowed. It's super not allowed.
It's super not allowed.
It's soup.
Adrian, I'm gonna punch you digitally. Are you ready?
Okay,
He's
hang
gonna
on.
punch you
Wait,
with his
hang on.
with Zach's virtual character.
I didn't. Oh my god, are you okay? I didn't mean to use all my knuckles. I just kind of wanted to punch you in the side of the head a little bit. Oh god, what have I done?
You bowling balled his head in.
Oh yeah, I bowling balled his head.
I
Gotta
can taste
dance
my
now, that's like a
brains.
bowling ball.
What do your brains taste like? Only Hannibal Lecter knows.
Ooh.
Pink bubblegum.
Oh, that's one of the most revolting answers you could have given. A fucking pink bubble gum. That's what brain tastes like. Oh my
It
god.
tastes like
Is
Hubba
it-
Bubba.
Bubblegum.
Is it just
Nice.
as
Anyway,
Anyway,
silly?
Saba, what were you gonna ask?
Correct. No, nothing. I wanted to just make a comment on like VTubers. I would be like, I do feel like it's a nice alternative to like just showing your face. Because like for me, I was like either at first I was like I'm not gonna show my face at all. Or I'm like since VTuber is a thing, I'm like that's nice, sure. But I
Hire
don't,
Lawrence to make a
yeah.
VTuber for you.
dude, I'm not gonna get that far, Adrian,
Why
in
not?
the first place.
Like because I think Saba has strategically avoided the thing she was actually going to say. And if I was going to be a VTuber, I think I would want to be, because obviously I'm a dude, right? So I can't just
wait,
pretend.
Zach, before that.
I am going to suplex you through the mic. Are you ready?
No, I remember you. The
So
question I wanted to ask
finishing my thought.
It's. I remember my question. The question was.
Oh my god, Saba!
Finishing my thought. I would want to be one of the joke VTubers, because obviously I can't pretend to be a sexy woman because I'm not. Spiritually maybe, but I'm not. So
Voice modulations come pretty
Voice
far.
modulation.
right, but if that were to be revealed, there'd be no recovery, you know.
Absolutely. That's why you must kill anyone who knows the secret.
And so I would want to be like one of those joke VTubers where like my VTuber would be something along the lines of like, I don't know, I'm trying to think. Like imagine it being a imagine it just being like a slime blob with just like two floating eyeballs in it, but then the slime gets like more jagged and red the angrier I am and like the louder I'm being.
You have different holiday costumes or different props are just floating in or on top of the slime.
Yeah.
Or for St. Patrick's Day, there's just a stein floating inside the slime ball.
I don't drink.
Well, that'd be the joke. It'd be an empty stein.
Oh, that's pretty good. Wait, if it's St. Patty's Day, wouldn't it just be like a bunch of 4-leaf clovers?
Yeah, that too.
That's pretty good. You know what? Lawrence, how much do you charge?
To make a whole ass VTuber?
Well,
Do you even
it's
know how
not
to make a
but it's not
VTuber?
even
There's
but
like
it's
a
not
lot
even
of
like-
animation
but it's not
stuff.
even a whole ass VTuber. It's literally just a slime blob with like a moving head and a mouth with like stuff in it.
I mean, you have to make an entire rig to be a proper.
I was about to say that's. It is
Come
in a very serious
on.
answer. It is a 3D.
Come
You
on, it's
you
not
need
that
to learn an
bad.
entire new animation program.
He said he would do it, and I'm asking him what his fucking price is.
Well, how much would you charge to have to learn an entire new animation program?
To
and make a
entire new
product in it?
animation. Oh, it's gonna
Hey,
be,
listen, that's
I
not
don't know.
listen, that's not my business.
Okay.
Well, I was going to ask that if you were forced to, let's say, change how you present yourself, would you just show your real life face or go the VTuber route? I don't know. It's really tough because I quite like luxuriating in the notion that the only person who has to deal with me on a daily basis is me. Cause like I often don't shave for a long period of time, and that leads to me looking absolutely mullered. Like as if as if I've been lost in the woods for like a month. And it's just I don't know.
Make a rant Sona.
I do go on a lot of rants.
What? Oh, fuck. What was the make a hyena rant Sona?
I like how you remember my persona.
I was
Like,
trying to
you
remember because
continue
I
to
remember, it's like, I drew it at once. It's not a fucking. It's not a dog. It's not like a thing.
It is a dog.
Zach.
Saba are hyenas dogs.
I don't know, maybe they're related.
But for some reason, when I first tried to recall what Zach's persona was, I thought of a raccoon first.
No, I would
I don't
call
know,
myself a raccoon.
You are not a
Not dark
raccoon.
circles.
You
You're
I got
are.
dark
already a
circles.
You are,
Persian
I'm about to
cat,
say you're all.
Saba.
You
No,
are the
I know, but I always
smallest
call
cat
myself
I
a
could ever
raccoon.
imagine. You are
I know, but I'm
definitely not a
saying-
raccoon.
No, I call
No,
myself
you're gonna-
a
no,
raccoon
you're gonna stop
because I got dark
talking.
circles under my eyes. I always call, and I call my little sister a pirate because on top of her eyes is darker than underneath her eyes. So I would just
Also,
I
she
find it
sails
funny.
the seven seas and goes hard.
Wait.
Yeah, that's
Wait.
also a
Hold
thing.
up. Why are
Neither
the
one.
tops of her? Why are the top of her eyes darker than the bottom of her eyes?
Well, it's like I've got dark
Does she
circles under my eyes that
have
are really
fucking
visible.
anti-gravity blood?
I don't know. No, that isn't me.
That doesn't make any sense.
Our skin pigmentation is a little bit different, I guess.
Between the two of you or from humans?
Between the two of us.
Oh.
I think it's just a little bit darker for her on top. Or it's like when... No, that's
That
actually
doesn't.
when she
That
has to
still
put on
doesn't
makeup,
make
too.
any sense. Like, okay. So
Why-
are you
why
saying?
wouldn't it?
Okay, because I need to figure this out. Are you saying that she like the pigmentation that you're saying is darker above her eyes? You're not saying that that's like eye circles. You're just saying that it's darker.
It's just a little bit darker, yeah. Like even
Okay.
my eyes, if I were to look at them, like the tops of mine
Look
are a
at
little bit,
your
or like my eyelids are a little
eyes.
bit darker than.
I have looked into your eyes and seen dreams of man and woman alike.
But yes, that's the raccoon analogy I give. I got too much dark eye circles under my eyes.
Too
I'm a
many
raccoon.
dark circles under your eyes.
And I'm not even tired.
Hello, Adrian. I am back.
Are we describing Saba's eyes now?
I don't know, should we?
No, let's go back to Zach talking about
I
not
think that
liking other people to deal with
Saba's
him.
eyes are revolting.
Thank you.
They remind me of the deep, dark recesses of my local dump.
They remind me of the deep, dark recesses of
Zach was
third
saying-
grade.
Lawrence, remember when Zach said he didn't bully you, you know? Remember when that was...
I
That was
never
it.
bully anybody. This is not Zach. This is
Kaz.
John.
Zach's persona.
This is Zach's persona.
Kaz.
This is Kaz.
This is Kaz the hyena persona.
No, I was
Yes.
I was trying to remember the dumb JoJo name that Adrian came up with, but I couldn't remember it in time.
Jazak Jabel.
Yeah, this is Jazak Jabel. Hello, it's me.
Or
Alright.
Jazak
Nice.
Beljo.
He asked me.
Rojo.
Hello, I am taking over for
Is this your AMA?
Yes, I am taking over for the time being. Please feel free to ask me any questions.
What's this war? What's that growth on your arm there?
That is my hand.
Oh, it's very swollen and gray.
It's from constantly slamming my fist on the
We're
table.
gonna have a separate conversation now. Good enough.
What about that thing on your chest?
That is my heart. It's on the outside.
The outside. It looks like it's held up there by staples.
We don't have good healthcare from where I'm from.
Where you're from? What's it called? Where you're from? What's the name of your hometown country?
The United States.
Oh,
I can't believe you did not anticipate this joke.
is it the United States of America or the United States of imaginary land?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What is your persona?
My persona.
Yes.
I don't know. I've never been asked. I think furries are disgusting.
Gasp.
Yes.
Lawrence, what's your persona?
An
I don't
otter.
know.
Is it?
I have decided for him. It's an otter.
Wasn't the Pokemon that you guys chose for me also like an otter?
No, it was
No,
a...
that's Farfetch. That's a bird.
Oh,
They
right,
ended up
right.
choosing Farfetch despite the clear and obvious choice being Floatzel.
No, literally the last two options we had were between Farfetch'd and Corfish.
Right, but the clear and obvious
Floatzel
choice
was
was
forgotten.
Weasel.
So are you saying that your persona would be a duck, Lawrence?
I guess so.
Are we basing it solely off your assigned Pokemon? Because in that case, mine would be a plant.
Your persona is a plant.
And that's not a fursona, that's a plant sona.
There's a plant sona.
What's everybody's plant sona?
That's a good question.
I'm trying to think of what my favorite plant would be. I really like
Rose.
maple trees. Even if it does mean I get stabbed to have my juices extracted, I would still like to be a maple.
I would say Asiatic pear.
Okay. Lawrence?
Ah.
Wait, why are you trying to be a forgetful pear?
What's that supposed to mean?
Shit. Dude, I'm really bad at this game.
Oh no. I don't know what my plant sona would be.
Come on, dude, it's not that
guess-
complicated.
Yeah,
Well,
just
I
pick
mean, it's
from a wealth of
complicated if I
plants on
never
top of
thought
your head.
about it.
It's not
Pine tree?
complicated.
I
Just pick a
guess.
vegetable and be dedicated to that vegetable for the rest of your fucking life.
Alright, mango tree.
Mangoes don't grow on trees.
Mango. Do they not? Where
No.
they go on?
Grow on trees.
Mangoes grow in the ground,
They're like
watermelons.
potatoes.
No, they're not spuds. They're like watermelons. I would have expected. Lawrence,
I'm just imagining digging out mangoes.
from the ground,
Yes.
the soft, fragile mango.
I pulled a Zach on you there.
No, you didn't.
Thanks for the alley-oop, Zach.
Alley-oop.
I tasted the dark power that is gaslighting your friends for no reason other than comedy.
I didn't gaslight nobody.
Me neither. Anyway. Hey, Lauren, spell ICUP.
IKUP.
No,
It's I say.
no. Then he fucking kills himself because he smelled it instead.
He disappears from the face of reality.
Man, what the fuck did we do this stream? It's 11. We have
Nothing.
This
15.
is a chill
Nothing.
stream.
We have 15. We've had how many chill streams in a row? We had like
4.
new people show
You know what we
up
did?
this
We ran
stream.
through all the banter topics.
You know what? We did get through all the banter topics, which is what I said I
Sort
wanted
of.
to do.
Yeah.
Sort
We
of.
did
We still got the Grant and Terrence banter topics.
That is
They're
true.
not here, so we can do those. We did all the ones we could have done.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Like who? Oh, sorry. I was just looking at my stream real quick, and it said that the VOD for this had 3 views, and I was like, "What the hell? Why would this have 3 views?" And I
Me trying to get the
yeah,
clip.
it was Saba trying to get the clip.
Oh, that was really good.
All right, someone propose a banter topic, and it can't be Adrian.
Oh!
We never followed through with our plant sonas though.
We did. Everybody answered.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
What the fuck? What's happening?
As your plant sona or just a topic in general?
No,
no.
Bayou Diplomat, which is a great name, by the way. Bayou Diplomat in chat just went Cthulhu and then exclamation point lurk. And it's like,
Wow.
that's spooky.
I gotta say, it's real nice that Cthulhu himself or herself, whatever, I don't judge,
It's
is
itself,
watching our
obviously. I can't
Depends on
I
what
can't believe
form.
you're trying to gender Cthulhu.
Listen, man, I just want to be accepting
What kind of a
Cthulhu,
fucking
okay? He's
idiot tries to
watching-
gender
he's
Cthulhu,
watching our
let
stream, I
alone
wanna respect
comprehend
him.
Cthulhu?
I
God,
want to
act like
respect
you've
the-
been there before.
Not too much.
I was gonna try to just keep talking over Lawrence. I've never gaslit anybody.
I'm gonna talk over Zach.
Of
now.
course not.
You know what? You know what I wish? Actually, you know what? Never mind. I was gonna say something and I realized it's already a thing. I was just thinking about how I saw a post that said like, the citizens of Bikini Bottom are really ready to form an angry mob 24/7 when on the smallest fucking thing.
It's true.
And then one post was like, well, Bubble is understandable. He poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and killed our children. And then there's like, he did? And then the guy's like, no, but are we gonna wait around until he does?
SpongeBob's a treasure. Really.
Sponge Bong.
Sponge bong.
I love Sponge Bong.
Sponge bing bong.
Never again will there be anything like SpongeBob.
Until we get SpongeBob 2.
Yeah.
SpongeBob too, but that's still SpongeBob. Zach.
No, it's SpongeBob 2.
Oh, Zach, have
Fuck
you
up
seen the
Super Rise of
Everything Bagel
SpongeBob.
comic?
Huh?
Have you guys seen the Everything Bagel comic? It just came across my dash again.
Everything bagel.
Everything
think so.
bagel.
They're all posted in the on air.
Oh, I do know this one.
It's a good comic.
Yeah, and he like he disassociates from reality. Everybody dies. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, I like
Fantastic.
in the second panel. It's just a Kirby enemy. It's just void for it's so good.
Time is it? Oh, we got like 10 minutes left. Yeah. It feels like we haven't been doing much in this stream.
But we did a lot.
Did so much that I can't even fathom how much we did.
Now that's Cthulhu.
Now that's what I call Eldritch Horror.
Whoa!
That's what I call successfully finishing Night in the Woods.
It's not even like that though.
Which would you describe yourself more as a now that's what I call, or I can't believe it's not?
I am definitely. I can't believe it's not.
What about you, Lawrence?
In terms of my butter sonas, I'm definitely it's. I can't believe it's not.
Lawrence, which one are you? Are you now that's what I call, or are you I can't believe it?
Oh, I'm definitely. I can't believe it's.
I guess
What
I
about you,
should just
Saba?
balance this out with the other one.
You can't just balance it out. You have to be truthful to
Perfectly
yourself.
balanced, as all things should be.
Oh,
Exactly.
holy
Lawrence
shit! I can't
gets
believe
it.
I didn't talk about this. I'm Shanghaiing this bit. Fucking Falcon and the Winter Soldier finished
The whole
Yes-
thing, or just the season?
yesterday. They only had 6 episodes.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, fucking
Just do a
WandaVision
movie
had
at that
9.
point.
Well,
Weren't they supposed to introduce a new Captain America?
they did.
Was it good?
I guess I should mention, I don't know, because Bayou Diplomat may or may not still be lurking. Put something in chat real quick if you care about Falcon and the Winter Soldier spoilers. I'll wait a minute or two.
I guess
Because if
anybody
no
that's
one gives a
watching.
shit about spoilers, I'll just say it. Because it's kind of interesting. It's neat. It's a neat ending.
To buy you a little bit of time, did you know that in case it wasn't clear enough how gay these two are for each other, Ace Attorney released officially licensed Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright rings?
No way.
They're officially licensed jewelry and their rings, and it has them on it, and it's like, wow,
Oh,
how
I saw
literally
this.
can you literally get more gay than this?
No, they're platonic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wearing wedding rings with the boys.
See, now if they were wearing each other's wedding rings, then you could say something.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
All
If they
right.
were wearing each other's rings, then we can say that's wholesome friendship.
So Bayou Diplomat has given the green light, saying he's okay with spoilers. Hopefully, anybody who watches the VOD is also okay with spoilers. If you're still watching, the
You got plenty of warning
the
at this
last
point.
10,
Yeah,
you
the
got
last
like a
10,
minute
the last
warning.
10 minutes of stream. If you're still sticking around in the VOD, guess what? Anyway, yeah. So Falcon is now Captain America, and it's really
Yeah.
cool. And
I
then
thought
not
there was some other guy.
well, there was because you're talking about the white guy that they tried to have replaced. He's now
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the Marvel character, but he's a different super soldier.
Is he-
It's
Why is-
literally some dumb shit. Like his name is like he's a
Corporal
canonical.
America.
Well, it's Captain something, but I don't remember what it is. But he's like a special. He's like an agent of the U.S. Special Forces. You know.
Is a U.S. agent?
Well, maybe. But anyway, yeah. So Captain Falcon is now, or sorry, Captain Falcon,
Falcon.
Captain Falcon. But yeah, he's now Captain America, and it's really cool. And it's really funny because even after he's like officially recognized as Captain America, people either still refer to him as Falcon, Black Falcon, or Captain Falcon, which is really funny, considering one of those names is owned by Nintendo. But
Yeah.
Captain Falcon, yeah.
yeah, it was good, and it was just weird because I kind of talked about it previously. But the nonsensical, I talked about this with you guys. They had to like take the villain, quote unquote, of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and they had to make her seem like a psychopathic, like ridiculous villain, because her arguments were making too much sense. You
Right
remember?
about like sacrifices need to be made or whatever.
No, not even sacrifices need to be made. She literally like this is like a few episodes ago. She literally detonates like a refugee storage facility and kills innocent people for nothing. And when you do like a character analysis of why she did that, literally everything just gets drawn up blanks. Like there was literally no reason logically or moralistically for her to do that. And to which the only conclusion is, oh, the writers forgot to make her seem like a villain, so we have to have her kill innocents now. and it's quite disappointing. But anyway, yeah, they end up shooting her, and they have like this whole big thing at the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where it's supposed to be this really big, dramatic, tragic thing of like, oh man, this teenager died fighting for what she believed in. And I was just sitting there being like, which one did you want me to feel? Did you want me to not like her because she was a terrorist? Or do you want me to like her because she was fighting for her ideals? You can't have both, show. Pick one. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
What if I want to do that?
You can't. I just
Then
told
let
you
them
you
eat
can't.
cake.
What if I wanted to?
I just told you you can't. You
What
have
if I
to
wanted
pick.
to really hard?
You have to pick one or the other.
What if I pick my nose instead?
But that's what you get.
what if I pick my nose and wipe it on you?
Stop this. Disgusting.
well, while you're writhing and how disgusting that was, I'll pick both.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then the right after the because the show airs at midnight on Thursday, right? So it's like Friday it's showing, and so literally at the moment that the episode would have been finished, Marvel made an announcement for Captain America 4.
Ah, so that's the thing I was hearing about. I thought it was just
gosh.
all rumors and such.
So many movies. I wonder how much they can like stretch something before we're just like, why are you making more?
Well, we're at fucking 40 something or 20 something at this point, right?
Sure, but there's also a difference between like, you know, like exploring the other characters versus being like Captain America 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, when you literally change who the character is, I think you can get away with it. Right? Because this is literally
Captain
a
America
different
10.
this is literally a different character who just has the same moniker at this point. So it's like, yeah. why wouldn't it just be?
They could have just called it Captain Falcon. But maybe you're right. Nintendo would have came after them.
Yeah.
And also why on earth would you ever do that? Why would
Just so
you take
people-
why
just
would you
so
take
people
a
know it's
why
different.
would you take a successful recognizable franchise like, you know, the Captain America movie franchise and just change its name?
Something that's close enough.
Captain Falcon.
I'm just wondering if in Captain America 4 they're gonna explain what happened on in the series in case no one watched it.
I think they'll probably summarize it. Like, they even have like 2 or 3 characters from the show who seem to be like they're going to be reoccurring in the Captain America like saga, who could very easily just explain on the news, like at the beginning of the movie, just a news broadcast of like, here's everything that happened in the show that you didn't watch, you know,
Yeah.
which is fine.
Yeah, that would be nice.
The show is worth watching for the most part, though, to be fair. That being said, I am super fucking excited for the Loki show now.
Who would win in a fight, me or me that watched Winter Soldier and Falcon?
In
guy?
Falcon, probably Winter Soldier movie, TV show.
Maybe Zach, we should do a tier list on
Why
if
is
we would
that?
beat the Marvel people in a fight.
That'd be zeros across the board, I think. Because there's no Marvel superheroes that don't have like fucking amazing combat capability.
Yeah. And
Well-
I was gonna say, yeah, even if they don't have any powers or abilities.
Well, if
They're
Tony
like
Stark doesn't
soldiers.
have his suit at all, like, and if it takes him a good like while, like,
Right,
just
but
He has
dropping-
nano
right, but
machines
we're
now.
not. First,
know
Adrian's
that?
correct. He does have
Yeah.
nanomachines in his bloodstream to just replicate the suit whenever he needs.
Nano
Oh my
machine,
gosh, you're right,
son.
I'd forgotten by this point how far he's gotten.
But it's
Yeah,
all.
he-
But
I
it's
mean, he
also
fights
like
bad
it's
dudes
also
all the
like
time.
that's just a boring discussion, kinda of. Or sorry, not a boring discussion, but like that one of like, let's fight Tony Stark without his suit. It's like, well, he's just a businessman. That's
He's
not
an athletic guy.
interesting. He's just a dude.
He is athletic.
Is he?
He's athletic.
he-
Not as much as Tony Stark,
like it.
obviously, but he's definitely athletic. He does some like jumps and stuff.
he does some jumps and
He
stuff.
doesn't-
That's true. He does do jumps and stuff.
You're right. I mean, versus JoJo, at least some of those people are just, you know, regular guys and gals.
Some of the, well, I mean, because we talked about it before, but a lot of the, we talked about it before, but like a lot of the JoJo characters rely very heavily on the gotcha moment of like, ha, you didn't know that I was actually this old man who was sitting here on this plane, you know? But we know, so we just kill him.
and that their abilities rely on trickery, as he says.
Exactly,
The element
or
of
deception.
surprise.
Element of surprise, as I just said. So as we close out the stream here, I'm gonna finish this and then we'll probably end the stream. But as we close out the stream here, I wanted to bring up, because I don't think I mentioned it to anybody else but Grant. I might have mentioned it to Saba, but I do have a plan for our next and theoretically final question mark, unless we can come up with something funny for Shira. Our next / final tier list would be how how long could we survive in various video game universes.
Yeah, you did
That'd
talk.
be interesting.
I remember this.
I think a crux of that is whether or not the player character is there.
No.
Or where we end up.
So this is kind of what because obviously we didn't want to discuss the whole thing, obviously. But in my mind, the discussion that I want to have beforehand, which I'm bringing up now, is like, how are we gonna do this? Like, how would we have that discussion? And so my argument was that, so you take the real world, which we live in, right? And that's point A. And then you take the video game world that we're trying to live in, that's B.
And that's our DR.
That's our DR. Are the status of how we would exist in that world is the halfway point between, right? So like the reasonable halfway point, if that makes sense. So like in Mario, we wouldn't be able to jump 3 times our own height, but we could still go down pipes and stuff, right? Because that's like a thing that exists in the world.
Can we still double jump?
We would have the
Yes,
abilities of
we
like
would be able to
most
double
toads.
jump because that's like a thing that exists in the world.
Okay. We could accrue power-ups if we so found them.
Right, exactly. Stuff like that. And then
We follow the rules of the
okay.
world.
and then like, you know, because there were ones like another one was Resident Evil was on the list that I sent Grant of like ones that would be potentially interesting to discuss. And Resident Evil was actually kind of interesting because obviously zombie apocalypse, we're probably going to die really early. But keep in mind, in Resident Evil, characters get shot in the shoulder and recover by eating some weeds that they
Good old
find.
plants. Yeah.
Do we have tank controls?
Well, so we motor around normally, like we locomote like we normally would, but it does feel weird for some reason that we can't explain.
We're very sluggish and have to like slowly rotate.
right.
We can't rotate and move at the same time.
We can't rotate and move at the same time, correct? We have to stop, rotate, and then move forward.
Oh, no.
But yeah, there were other ones like that. Like let me bring it up just so that way we can nail this down just a wee bit more, because I have the list somewhere. I think it was. Don't look at. Hey, stream! Don't look at my files. I know they were. I know they were. I know they were up there for a second, but don't look at my files.
I saw this image that's completely unrelated to the conversation, but it's just, I think it's interesting. It's just like mixtures of different expressions to make different expressions, like an art thing.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I have that saved on my phone. It's kind of interesting.
It's interesting, yeah.
So to close off this topic a little bit, because this is the thing I wanted us to determine, right? Was to what degree, like, are we gonna have like because my plan was to have like presently I have a list of 70 video game universes, and I was going to narrow it down to like the 30 most interesting to talk about. But are we going to have a case-by-case discussion on each universe as to how we interact with it? I guess that makes sense, right? Because that would be like
Yeah.
the point of the video.
Remember, how I talked to him, like we have to determine where we would end up first. In each
Well, right, like
universe.
where we would because in my
Where we
mind,
drop off.
it's we're starting a new game, but it's just us in there this time. That's my mind in my mind. So like in Pokemon, we would be starting in Pallet Town or Little Root or whatever,
Good thing for
Where
us,
there's
we
3
always
houses
have
and none of them have bathrooms.
and a
we always
lab.
have a professor right next to us where we can start our adventure from.
Wait, how painful is the process of us shrinking into sprite form?
Well,
It's like,
unfortunately, our bodies weren't built for it, so the compression kills us instantly.
oh no.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking at the list of game worlds because we have like fun ones like Ace Attorney, Pokemon, Mario RPG, which I was thinking would be a different category. There are ones like Monkey Ball.
I don't know enough about monkey balls.
Well, so that's another thing is like not
Interesting.
only is it the 30 most interesting ones, I also have to find ones that we all know for the most part. Like I'm pretty sure because it's on our list of games to play, I'm pretty sure that none of you guys know Chrono Trigger. So I kind of had to chuck that one despite thinking that'd be really interesting. We got shit like Dead Space.
Oh boy.
No, I would say peace out, just kill me as soon as we get there.
We have stuff like Katamari Damacy.
Now, as a meta question, is this similar to the JoJo scenario where we're just like seeing how long we survive and then being retransported back to the waiting room and prepping for another trek out into another video game world?
Yes. Essentially, we start new game, and it's how long until we game over in that universe in whatever way, and then we go back and we reset, and now we're going into the next one where things will be
quite
slightly different.
disappointing. I'd just say leave me in the Pokemon world forever.
Well, so that's the thing, right? So once again, and I think we've already determined this at this point, but like we're gonna have a case by case discussion, and we're gonna have to come to an agreement as to like how we interact with said world. But like if we're going into the Pokemon world, are we required to go through the stuff that you have to go through in the game? Like, do we have to get the 8 badges and then become a champion, or are we allowed to just live a normal life in the Pokemon universe?
Well, none of us are 14-year-old boys, so we can't.
That is true. Well, actually, they have girls too.
Yeah.
Well, Sawa's also not a 14-year-old girl.
I mean, that's true.
None of us are 14 years old, but still.
Exactly. We missed the mark on leaving our hometown for a Pokemon adventure.
But I guess that's the and
We
needless to
can
say,
change that,
needless to say,
Adrian.
we should save most of this discussion for the
You can
actual
be the
video.
first one,
But like,
Adrian.
it's interesting to think about because it's just like if we're not allowed to just go off, like essentially, I guess, and this will be the last thing that we determine. Then we'll end the stream. Are we allowed to go off script?
I would say so.
Right? Like
We can go on script or off script. I feel like that would be nice.
Like the script exists, right? Like the script of
For
what you can
the
do in the
script for
game
our shift,
exists. The script for our shift exists, and so yeah, on script or off script. I think.
Oh my god, we're just shifting to all these realities, aren't we?
Yeah, obviously.
All right.
I thought it went without saying.
All right. And it will preview, so we should be back. All right. With that, I think we're all good to go. That's
All right, everyone prepare your scripts for next time.
Fuck. Well, so once again, keep in mind, Friday, this next Friday, we're gonna be doing Pokemon Snap. So get hyped for that. And I'm gonna try to, and literally, like, we're gonna do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I am planning on cutting a highlight reel of like the entire thing that we play, and then that is going to go up on the YouTube channel on Monday because I really want to test how many views a new video game gets, especially one as strong as fucking Pokemon Snap. Let's see. That'd be
We're
dope.
gonna mess around with the algorithm.
We're gonna mess around with the algorithm. I want to test. I want to do some testing.
Screw around with it.
All right. So we are all set. Good night,
Farewell.
everybody.
All right.
Good
Peace.
night, to all the lurkers.
Good night, Lurker.